within a span of what, 45 days? Quite a bit of transactions in the pipeline, by the way. So moving on. Let's see who is here next. In a minute, we're gonna go. Oh, did you finish your task?
No, I'm gonna finish it today with Carolina.
Carolina, okay, awesome. Okay, so let me go here. Let's go to the next one. Abraham. Happy Friday, superstar.
Hey everyone, happy Friday.
Right.
Some wins for me. Yeah, wins for the week is I recruited a new agent. That's kind of came out of nowhere. I'm starting to just people are starting to find me. I'm attracting it. So I'm being it's a blessing right now. Being that there's a lot of other things going on, and my business has just increased significantly. So that's a win. I always think that this is a win because I consider myself a little bit I guess younger than everyone that works around me. Like even my employees are like 15 years older than I am, and it's really cool to be able to impart and also accept the wisdom from just older people and their experience. So it's just been really cool. I can see that I see myself playing now in life. I can see myself. I'm present.
Yes.
And I know what I bring to the table. So that's been awesome this week. Also, another win for me was that I went to court, and I'll say that there was a lot of positive learnings that came out of it. It didn't go how I wanted to, or how I expected, but definitely I'm grateful that I can look at life and look at things as a positive learning, as much as they may hurt or cause some sort of reaction in me. There's always something positive to learn, and through that experience yesterday, I know that at least for me, I feel that like my relationship with my girlfriend is just become open and completely honest with things that go on in my life that I wasn't aware of. Yes. And we're able to talk about it, and we don't have to create anything else except for love and move on. So it's a huge win for me, because otherwise, I might stay in my anger and not get on this call.
What I love about what you shared, Abraham, is powerful. So let's be grateful to Abraham because he opened the 30-second laser coaching right now. So sometimes we get curveballs thrown our way. And we just to remember that is just feedback. It's just feedback. So nothing is happening to us. No one is doing anything to us. It's just feedback. The universe has aligned with the people and places. And I love this. Someone told me this, and when I heard it for the first time, it gave me the chills. Whenever you find yourself receiving that curveball, always remember this. You made that appointment some time ago. Whatever you did, whatever you said, however you were being, you set up that appointment. You manifested the results. And that is what ownership. And what the universe wants is for you to learn and to own it. Let's see. I want to make sure that I'm spotlight right here. And we want to make sure that everything that comes our way is a learning. Whether it's good, whether it's not good. And what I love about the universe, and that's why my language is different, everything is good. So when a student calls me and says, hey, I can't make it on the phone call, my car got impounded, good. What did you learn? Be present, catch up with the payments. There you go, that's it. That's all it means. When something happens and says, the transactions fell apart, the client just canceled, good. What's the learning? What is the universe telling me right now? Oh, nurture the client, be more present. So Abraham, and for everybody else, when I'm speaking to Abraham, is the universe is so gracious, so loving with Abraham, that whatever happened yesterday in court, it was meant to happen because he set up that appointment a long time ago. And what I love about that learning, Abraham, guess what? everything else is going to be great, because now you know from the horse's mouth, what do they want? What do they expect? Lost my video right now, not sure, and that's okay. Let me go here.
I got you. Go.
And Abraham, are you completed with your process?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Hi, cord or no cord, he's like, I'm done. Very good. Congratulations. Okay, life coach Jesse, are you completed with your process?
Me,
think
no,
you're gonna-
I'm not.
You're gonna get together, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get together with my buddy.
Okay, so what are the 3 wings for the week?
Woo! So many wins, so many wins. I'm gonna talk that process that we did last Friday. It really supported me. I shared with you guys that I used to have that thought. I can't even think that thought process, but pretty much it's the opposite of anything is possible now. So it's like everything is possible. There's always a way, and I've been applying all the teachings, and God is restoring my relationship with my family. I prayed for my mother and my father. My mom tested positive for coronavirus on Monday, and my dad was he was scared that he also might have tested on Wednesday, and I prayed for them, and I just got the good news. It's good. So it feels so good to accept that relationship with my father and my mother. Like, I know it's being restored. The other one is I've been clearing spaces with women, and the girl that led me to have this relationship with Christ is the one that broke my heart. And I called her yesterday, and I didn't even call her to forgive her. I already forgive her. I called her to ask for forgiveness, to repent, because I spoke evil over her. I told her, like, you're never gonna find a man, blah blah blah. It was just like I started weeping and crying, and my heart just, it just opened. Another win, my friend got baptized on Wednesday. The way it happened, it was a miracle in itself. And business talk, I'm in the process of closing a refi, a listing, and the business is being taken care of. The business is taken care of, but now I see it, I'm getting it. And it's like, another win. This is the biggest win, because it was a test for me, and I want to share it with you. Somebody messaged me on Facebook Messenger saying, Jesse, what are you doing with Veronica and with Kaya? Like, you're smarter than that. And I was like, okay, what do you mean by that? Blah, blah. And I came from a place of love, and I told them, like, look, I'm getting results, this and that. But the reason why that's a big win is because it just goes to show that, hey, we don't have the same 100% beliefs, but it just, like, I stood up for our friendship, not even as like, hey, my coaches. I stood up as a friend. And to me, that was a big win, because, hey, you only truly know yourself in those moments that no one is seeing you, because it's very easy to stand up for my people in front of everybody because of the pressure. But in the darkness, I was like, nah, Kaya and Veronica, you don't know them like I know them, So that was the biggest win. So I want to thank you guys, because there's so many stories that me and Veronica can share. And Veronica has loved me. Like, Veronica, like, you come from a place of love so much. So thank you so much. And Kaya too. Love you, Kaya.
And we are so appreciative, and thank you and gratitude to you, Jesse, for always not only being receptive of what the world throws your way, you're always so graceful when it comes to having compassion. So that's one thing that I have learned from you, is that capacity to have so much compassion, even when sometimes people, they're less informed.
Yes.
And what I love about what you share is the people that are always knocking our academy, or knocking myself, or knocking Kaya down, they haven't even taken the classes.
And another win, and this one I'll share from you, because it was after that process, here's my ego. I had a huge ego prior to that process, and it was like, oh, I gotta be mindful of who I refer who to what. I sent you guys my friend Monica. The old me was an ego where, like, no, like, I'm not gonna refer people, because it's like, oh, I could help them, and it's like, no, dude, like, I don't want to help them. Here, go to them. They're gonna help you. And it's like the ego in me was controlling. The ego in me was like, no, I want to do it. And it's like, that's why there was a blockage in my blessings, where it was like, I wasn't trusting. So thanks.
Exactly. And thank you, Jesse. And remember, when you are into abundance yourself, when you feel the abundance, when your cup is so full, you want to share with somebody else, guess what happens in the universe? It continues to give you. So all the students in our academy, the reason why the academy is growing and growing and growing is because, and as you know, we don't advertise. We kind of put a flyer here and there on social media, and we have all of you guys here in the container. Then simultaneously, we're already building another breakthrough mastery, and we already, I think I have 6 students in it. So it's going to end up around 20. And what I love about this is it's just word of mouth. So the value that you put in out there is going to resonate with some people, and it's not going to resonate with other ones. And that's okay. That's the beauty of what? Diversity. So there's so many coaches out there. Like I know when I first started to watching, Cardone, I had a little bit of energy, and I always commented to Kai. I said, what is it about that man? I don't even know him, but I have energy on him right now. Could it be? I don't know. And then he hit me like a year later, because he was the face of the company. And guess what? My ego is always used to me being the face of it. So then when Elena Cardone started to show up more often in the videos, and she started doing her own branding, then I saw the integration of those two and the co-branding. I was like, oh, I love that guy. He's actually cute. He's actually funny. And when he elevates Elena, it's just a different animal. So going back to that, you know, the perceptions are there. Even myself, I made a perception of Cardone thinking, you know, oh, what about the wife? You know, where is she? You know, step up, Elena, step up. But it's none of my business. But then eventually they did merge, and it was just beautiful. Very good. All right, who is next? Maida. Happy Friday. Are you driving? Okay, so it's moving a little bit.
Okay, there. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I was trying to tap for the voice to come on. So my wins this week is the consistency in my prospecting. That has been very consistent. My health, spirituality. The only one thing that's really bugging me right now is that I'm taking a little longer to wake up, and that's so not my character. And like I've mentioned before, when I do that, it takes that much longer for me to get into it. And I feel like that's where I get the negative thoughts of like, okay, you're not deserving of this. You didn't wake up early. So I would say that's been the negative. But as far as staying consistent, once I jump into it, like I'm good the rest of the day.
All right, very good. And are you done with the process?
Am I done with, oh no, I haven't completed it yet.
Okay, by when are you gonna complete it? It has to be done today.
Yes, I'm gonna connect with Aspen after our training today.
So send a message in group me right now, and say,
Okay.
This is a non-negotiable request. We get to complete the process by no later than blank.
Okay.
Whatever that looks like for you and Aspen, even if it's after dinner, it doesn't matter. You get to complete it tonight. That's the power of bringing back integrity to the conversation. And what I'm going to share with you is, and this is already something that I have mentioned over and over and over, so this is an extra over. Make a note. Every time we break off word or we derail from character, it starts to eat up our self-esteem. Then our inner child feels uncomfortable. And guess what? Goes into avoidance. Oh, I don't want to talk to that person. I feel bad. I messed up. I'm not done. I don't even show up. And it's a spiral downwards of disempowerment. So I want you to make a note in your journal that in a situation that you have no option except to break word, I want you to break word with a commitment immediately. So this is what it looks like. I know I was supposed to be with you guys in Arizona celebrating your mom's birthday. My neglect. I was in such a rush to say yes because I want to be with you guys this weekend that I neglected to look at my calendar, and I have training on Saturday with my new Breakthrough Mastery. What I'm going to do is celebrate your mom and everybody when you guys come back here. Maybe we'll do a Zoom dinner. And it's my commitment from this point forward that every time you ask me, can you do this with us? I'm gonna make sure that I pull my phone and check. I'm gonna go even further. I'm gonna call Kai and say, is there anything on this day? Because I just did that, you guys, this weekend. I wanted to go to Arizona with my son, and and I go, ooh, I can't go because I have trainings. Ooh, I forgot. Ooh, immediately. I course corrected because I know how it feels. Very good, Myra. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Miss Denise Garcia.
Hey everyone. So my wins are I have 4 in escrow right now and I'm working on more. Yes, I just got an escrow on my listing over 25K asking. The market is super hot. Got my momentum and I'm so running with it. What's working for me is being consistent, follow up, being active on social media. I'm investing in Facebook leads. I finally found a company that is actually providing some great value service. And yeah, I'm just right now, I'm like, so I can't wait. Like, I can't wait. And the one that's on my team, she's finally getting leads. She's finally seeing all the process and the hard work that she's been putting in. And she already scheduled her day for her exam. So right now she's out of the office until she passes her exam. So everything's
That's very good. Congratulations. And remember, all of you guys have VIP status. What VIP means is you get to send your people, your new hires, your friends, your family, complimentary on August 22nd and 23rd. So your new hiree, Denise, has a free pass coming into the academy to make sure that she has a vision coming and working with you, because you get to take on her vision and keep her accountable to it. Very good. Congratulations. And we're going to see you tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see, Miss Eleanor. Thank you for sharing, Miss Denise. Hi, beautiful Eleanor.
Hi there. It's really hard for me to hear, so unless the phone's really close to me, that's why I've got it so close to my face.
You have earphones?
I'm sorry?
You have earphones? Usually
Yeah.
that,
Let me see. So anyway, I'm in Big Sur right now.
oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
Wow.
And I had a listing appointment that went to another agent and a couple of buyers that decided to wait. So I decided to take a little time to regroup and get my energy back where it needs to be. So that's what I'm up to right now.
Okay, very good. Did you get a chance to complete your process of last Friday?
No.
Okay, so who's your buddy?
Bianca.
All right, so you're gonna send a text in group me right now, and you guys get to be committed to complete that tasking tonight. So you have until
Tonight, I'm driving to see my son. I pulled over on the road to make this commitment.
Okay.
So I don't know that that's gonna be done tonight, but I'll get it done with Bianca as soon as she's available.
Because we don't want to get behind. We're going to give you guys tasking right now at the end of the class. So now you're going to double up the tasking. So I don't want you to be overwhelmed with so much stuff to do during your break. Okie dokie. Let's see who else. Miss Aspen. Beautiful Aspen.
Hello.
How you doing? How you feeling? How's everything?
Much better. So much better than last week.
Yes, you see and you're feeling much better.
Yes.
What are the things for the week besides you being
So I
healthy?
had a couple wins. Then some of them got taken away. I got 5 new clients this week, and then 3 of them texted me in the past 24 hours saying that with that they're no longer they're not looking actively anymore. But I'm gonna keep pushing, just to try to get what's best for them, obviously. But I have 2 showings tomorrow and they really want to make an offer this weekend. Yeah, both of them do. So hoping that we can get that going. And I've been working with them for like 4.5, 5 months. So
Very good.
yeah.
Miss Aspen, let's be grateful to Miss Aspen. She just opened a window opportunity for seconds laser coaching. So what happens when we have all these leads and we think we have them, we think they're ready to go in transaction with us, and then they don't. So 3 things that we want to make sure we get out of the way in the first hello with them. What is their vision? And the vision must be so compelling, it's a non-negotiable. So I'm going to give you an example. I want to buy a house in a cul-de-sac with a swimming pool somewhere in Whittier. Yeah, that's what I want. The question is, what is your vision, Veronica, with a house? Well, you know, it's want to be closer to work. You know, plus I have some friends in there and my son is around the corner, so good. What would happen if we don't find a house in Whittier? Oh, it's okay. You know, I'm good where I am. See the disconnect? It's really a goal. And what do we teach here in the academy? The vision is compelling enough that you're willing to do anything and everything to get it. I'll give you the contrast. Hey, Aspen, you know, I heard that you're very good. Somebody, you know, I saw your posting in Instagram and, you know, I'm a first-time home buyer and I'm not too sure who I'm going to hire. And this property, and that's why I'm interviewing everybody because it's so important to me because I want to make sure that where I buy, my kids are close to the school. And I really don't care how far it is from my job because I just want a good neighborhood, good school district for my kids. It's been my long time dream to buy the house. I've been saving for 8 years. I don't have much money, but I have enough, I think, for a down payment. So I don't know, you tell me. See the 2 distinctions? So if you don't get a compelling reason why they want to go and buy, and they have non-negotiables, which is their values, then it becomes just a shiny thing. Why is that? Because Zillow is hitting everybody with new listing, new listing, new listing. So people are like, oh yes, we should buy a house, we should buy a house. And then they're not ready. Emotionally, they're not ready. So remember, ask them about their vision. They must have no negotiables. I must buy the house within 12 months. If they say that they're just looking, you're gonna buy in 2 to 3 years, keep them, put them in the back burner and drip campaign. You only want to do business with people that say to you, and this is something that Denise learned, you only work with the people that want to buy the house within 30 to 6 months, max 12 months. That's a stretch for Denise. That's why she's a top producer. She only works with people that are ready today or in the next 60 days, done.
So I have a question. 2 of them, they stopped looking because of the safety of their family with coronavirus. They didn't realize that there would be like a second wave. So do I still put them on a drip campaign or should I'm
going to do something even better for you, Aspen. I want you to connect with Denise Garcia and ask her those questions. How is she troubleshooting the showings? Because she's a master. She's a freaking master open house right now in this COVID-19. Every property that she lists is gone. She has lines and lines of people and agents trying to preview that property. So you want to get at that level with her. So get it from the horse's mouth. I can tell you, I can teach you, and yet that's why we have the container. All right, and Mark, happy Friday. Thank you, Aspen, for sharing.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I am amazing. How is everyone doing today?
Oh, doing fantastic. Have you done the tasking from Friday yet? Are you completed?
I am not completed.
Okay, who's your buddy?
have Camille.
Camille. Okay, you get to reach out to Camille and commit yourself like no other to complete that process, preferably by the end of tonight, because we're going to have extra homework tonight. If not, please do it before Monday. What are the
We got it.
Week?
This week, got a new buyer, got 2 offers out this week. I've been just trying to keep up with the amount of hours in the day, you know, trying to organize myself and not let tasks go undone as I did with this one.
Are you working with your Evo agenda, yes or no?
I am working with my Evo agenda.
Are you? And you still haven't found
I am. My own
time.
You know, I tend to say yes to a lot of things, and more than I So I tend to just put more on my plate that I can chew off, but I'm grateful for it.
All right, so I'm going to give you a nugget. Thank you, Mark, for opening that 30 seconds.
Fire away.
Top producers and high achievers and visionaries and architects and alchemists and explorers, your vision becomes so important that saying no is your superpower. And you want to say no to people, places, locations, and invitations that do not build your vision. Very easy. So whenever, anytime, anybody brings an opportunity and says, hey, guess what, Mark? If you can sell this pair of pills, yada, 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 and bring 100 people under you, you're going to become a millionaire, a trillionaire in 12 months. Is that part of your vision, yes or no?
Nah.
Thank you, Veronica. I'll pass. Next. Hey, Mark, we're going to go to Arizona for 4 days. You don't have to put any money. Just jump in the truck. Let's go for 4 days. You deserve it. Come on, just have fun. Is that getting you closer to the vision, yes or no?
Well, now you're speaking my language.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No,
The answer is no. Why?
because it's not money producing activities.
Exactly. And I know it's painful, but that's the difference between achieving the vision and just pedaling the wheel and drifting away. I've been there, Mark. Oh, trust me. Do I want to be in Arizona right now with my boys? Road trip with my boys? Are you kidding me? And I said no. Because I'm here with you guys, and tomorrow I get to be with another group of students. So the power of no is what makes you go literally like an arrow at full speed towards your vision. So saying no needs to be in your vocabulary. It's like a must have in your vocabulary. No, thank you. I really love you. Appreciate it. Not today. And you get to say yes to the activities that is going to take you closer to the vision. Very good. So let's bring Kaya to continue the training. My goodness, you guys have been amazing. So I'm going to put this in the view so we can all see the energy. So let's bring Kaya with a nice energy. Let's send them some vibrations. Woo, woo, woo. That's a
What's up? What's up? What's up? Yes, laser coaching with Ms. Veronica Larrea. Huh? I don't know what she's saying, but she's saying something. All right, so congratulations, you guys. We have 5 weeks left. That's it. We're close. We're getting there. We're getting there. Who feels like you got way more value than you expected? Who feels like, hey, I'm waiting for this thing to end? One or two of you. Who's like, this can never end. I'll keep going till the cows come home. Who's addicted to this stuff? Yes. All right. So congratulations, you all. We are super, super excited that we're going to do one of the most powerful processes in all of NLP is actually today. Very, 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 very powerful process. I remember working with the mayor. As you may know, I'm good friends with Mayor Paul Leon of the city of Ontario. I actually met him at a Grammy party 10 years ago, I think. And someone said, you know, that's the mayor of Ontario. You should go say hi. And I'm thinking, mayor of Ontario, why do I want to go say hi? This is in Canada. Like, what does that have anything to do with me? I don't know why. I wasn't really, you know, I grew up in Europe and I've been here for many, many years, but I wasn't really fully aware Ontario is like Ontario in your backyard, Kaya, like right next to LA. So once I found I was the mayor of Ontario, or even before that, I went up and I said hi, and we built a relationship. And, you know, he kind of confided in me. And by the way, I'll share with you a couple things that he shares himself. So it's not without his permission. This is with his permission. Sometimes he introduces me on stage at his events, and he'll share this himself. And what he shared is that that we did some coaching together. He's been very big on coaching his whole life and learning a lot of tools. So we had an opportunity to work together, and I did this process that you're going to learn today called chaining anchors. Procrastination, getting rid of procrastination to motivation. And you're probably thinking, a mayor? Like that doesn't make sense. How can you be mayor and procrastinate? Well, mayors are human too, right? We're all human. And even if you are, Michael Jordan, you probably are procrastinating on something. Would you agree with that? I'm sure Michael Jordan procrastinates on something. So I did the process with him, and I'll get into it a little bit today. We're gonna learn it, and I'm gonna do it with you guys today. And I just remember he jolted at the end of it. He's like, "What did you do to me?" I'm like, "Well, what are you feeling?" He's like, "I feel like I want to explode. I feel like I want to just tear these walls down and just conquer everything." I got a phone call from his wife, and she said, "What are you doing with my husband?" I was like, what are you implying I'm doing with your husband? I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. She's like, "What are you doing with my husband?" She said, she called me complaining because we were there for a while. And then she called me another time and complained again. And she said, "You know what, Kaya, I want to tell you something." And I said, "What do you want to tell me?" She says, "We have bought a state-of-the-art stereo system. We've had it for months and months and months. I've offered to have someone come in and, set it up that is knowledgeable about that stuff. He's insisted that he doesn't want anybody to set it up, that he wants to set it up. And meanwhile, it's just sat in boxes this whole time, and I'm not able to set it up. No one else has set it up, and I'm frustrated. And what I'm really upset about is he was with you today doing whatever y'all were doing, walks in the house after I've been asking him to do this for months and months and months. He walks in the house and he literally opens the boxes and he set the stuff up. What's ironic about it is I never even knew about that. I never knew they had a stereo system. I never knew that he made a promise to set it up. He did that all on his own. Also, he was 40 pounds overweight. Who knows someone who they procrastinate somewhere on health and fitness, where they could lose the weight, or they could get in shape, or they procrastinate on their business, or, we're going to get into all that. And he proceeded to lose the 40 pounds, and he has been, he's been reelected or reinstated as mayor for now. I think he's now on his 5th term. So he's been mayor for practically 15, 16 years at this point. So this is a really, 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 really powerful process that you're going to learn today that I would suffice to say is perhaps one of the most powerful processes in NLP period. And that is chaining anchors. So I'm going to write that down for y'all. And what chaining anchors basically does is it gets you off a stuck state, like procrastination is a stuck state, and it gets you motivated. Who knows someone who has a procrastination problem? By the way, let me just take a look at the hands. Who knows someone who procrastinates in some area of your life? Next question. What are some other stuck states? Who knows someone who's confused sometimes and doesn't have clear thinking? So you not only can go procrastination to motivation, you can also go confused to clear thinking. Who also knows someone who sometimes panics? Panics like, I don't get this, right? And you can go from panicked to competent. What else? Who knows someone who they feel stuck? Especially right now, right? In the middle of a pandemic, there's a lot of people that feel stuck, right? So you can go from stuck to absolutely going for it. Who knows someone who they just don't feel like they know what they need to do, or they don't know what to do or how to do it, right? You can go from not knowing what to do or how to do it to becoming very resourceful And finally, and there's many, many more, who knows someone that gets overwhelmed from time to time? Yes. So you can actually use this process to remove the overwhelm and become totally in control. Who is freaking excited about what we're going to learn today? Yeah. So we're going to focus on procrastination, and yet this process can be used for any one of those or any other things. So first thing I want to share with you, and please write this down, is chaining anchors you use when there is no movement or a stuck state. No movement or a stuck state. And would you agree that procrastination and motivation is quite far apart? They're completely two opposite things, yes? Right? So we see that it is far apart. And what we're wanting to do when we do chaining anchors, you want to identify what's the undesirable state, like procrastination, and what is the desirable state, like motivation. Now that you get these two polarities, or what's the undesirable state, confused, what's the desired state, clear thinking, or what's the undesirable state, panicking, and what's the desired state, being competent, or what's the undesired state, feeling stuck, to the desired state, going for it, or not. I'm actually going to write those down. Actually, I should have written those down. I can do them right now. So for instance, procrastination. Or confused. Or panic. Or stuck. / no options. Or not knowing. Or overwhelmed. So please write these down, because they will catalog which ones you may want to do. And with procrastination, we're going to move to motivation. And I don't mean motivated for the moment or motivated for the day. I mean removing procrastination, period, at a neurological level, such that you live in motivation. We're going to remove confusion, and we're going to create clear thinking. We're going to remove panic, and we're going to create competency, or being competent. We're going to move stuck, no options, and we're going to get you to your really going for it. Quick question for you guys. Who feels like they're really going for it? Who feels like you're on the edge of, you're right on the edge of your comfort zone and you're really going for it? Like really going for it? Who feels like there's a ways that you're not there yet? Okay, so that's what this is going to help you with, going for it. If you've seen me cover some of this before, I'm going to go much deeper. Again, as I shared with you before, it's like you're watching this for the first time, because I'm going much deeper into it, teaching you a much more fluid process in it. Not knowing, you're going to become resourceful. And overwhelmed, you're going to feel totally in control. Okay? All right. So procrastination, it feels like, hey, why bother, right? A lot of people feel that they don't even have their why. Who knows someone that isn't really clear on their why? So absolutely, if you don't have your why, it is a perfect breeding place for you to procrastinate. Now, we also have another process which we haven't learned yet. It's called collapse anchors. I haven't shared with you yet, or if you're seeing this later and you're like, yeah, you did see collapse anchors. Collapse anchors is where you have some kind of a negative state and you're stacking a bunch of positive states, and the positive states literally overcome the negative state. The negative state basically gets absorbed or deleted within the positive states, and that negative state disappears. So that's a slightly different process. What chaining anchors does is you're not doing anchoring at the same time where the positive is overcoming the negative. With chaining anchors, it's more sequential. You're anchoring them one after another, not at the same time. So the question is, what gets you off of procrastination? What gets you off of procrastination? That's what we want to explore today. What gets you off of procrastination? Procrastination is a stuck state. So motivation is a moving state. So what gets you off of procrastination and gets you moving? So I'm going to draw this up. Because what we're going to discover as I'm trying to find this page, here we go, is that they're very far apart, right? Procrastination and what we shared with you, motivation, are very far apart. So in order to, I want you to imagine you're like, you know, you're coming to the edge of a pond or a little ravine or little river, really small little river. Let's say it's maybe 10 feet or so, 12 feet. And you want to get from one side to the other side without getting your feet wet. What you might do is you might see something, a stepstone, step on the stepstone, or leap onto the stepstone. Then you may see another one, leap again onto the next stepstone, and then from there you can leap onto the other side. So it's kind of like, you know, like that leapfrog. In order to get one side, which is from procrastination to motivation, you need a couple of stepping stones to get across. So what we call those is we call those intermediary states. Write this down, intermediary states. I'll go black. I'll write I for intermediary. So intermediary 1, right? That's the first one. And then the second one, which is intermediary 2. 1 and 2. You need the first intermediary state, you're gonna hop here, then you're gonna hop to the next one, then you're gonna go all the way to motivation. Why do you need these? Again, for those of you that might be taking a test one day, watching this, it's because these two polarities, procrastination and motivation, are so far apart, you need stepping stones to get all the way across. And what we're going to do for each one of you is we're going to design this chain. This is actually a chain. You can write this down as a chain. Design a chain. Okay? Going to design a chain. Now, obviously, when you do this process, anchoring, as you know, there's kinesthetic anchoring, which is touch, right? There's visual anchoring, which is through creating visual anchors. And then there's auditory anchors through creating sound anchors. There's different types of anchoring. Today we're focused on kinesthetic anchoring. So obviously you're going to ask the person, by the way, is it okay? I'm about to do a process with you to remove your procrastination and get you motivated. Is it okay with you that I use my finger to apply anchors on your knuckles or wherever you're going to choose to do that? The next thing you want to do is you want to identify what is the undesirable state. This is the undesired state. And this is the desired state. Since we're doing procrastination and motivation, I put a P here for procrastination and an M here for motivation just for today. Now, in order for us to figure out, well, what's this one? We know what this is, procrastination. We know what that is, motivation. In order for us to determine what is this, intermediary state 1 and intermediary state 2, in order for us to know what that is so that we can anchor it, we already know we're going to anchor procrastination. You might ask me, why would I want to anchor procrastination if that's a problem? I'll explain that in a moment. Well, essentially, in order for us to get them off it, we need to anchor it and then chain it so that when they think of procrastinating, they really don't. Immediately, they become motivated. So, but how do you know what state this is and what state this is? So, there's a criteria. Let's go to the criteria next. There's a criteria in selecting the states. Criteria. Criteria is selecting states. Number A. Criteria on selecting intermediary states. A. The first and last state let me strike that. The first intermediary state, so this one, so we'll call it the first intermediary state. First, give me a second here. The first state can be a towards or away state. So the first state can be a towards or it can be an away from state. Now, do you all remember towards and away? Who remembers towards and away? So a towards state is you moving towards something that you want, the positive. Abundance, success, happiness, those are things that you want, moving you towards what you want. An away from state is actually facing the opposite way. It's what you don't want. You want to move away from scarcity, away from fear, away from poverty, away from drama, away from anger. Like those things are more things that you don't want. So whatever you do want that's positive, that's moving you towards your future is a toward state. And whatever you don't want things like scarcity, drama, problems, procrastination example, right? Those are away from states. So the very first intermediary state, right here, the very first intermediary state can be a towards or an away. I'll write down the word intermediary. Intermediary. The first intermediary state can be towards and away. Now, the next one, which is the second one here, that has to be a towards state. So I can write it here. This can be a towards, this can be an away, or this can be a towards state. That can be an away or a towards state, but this one absolutely has to be a towards state. So you may ask me, why do I want to even anchor procrastination? Well, because it's a problem. And in order for us to get rid of procrastination and chaining anchors, we want to design a chain that associates them in the problem. Because procrastination is more of a dissociated state. People check out. They're not present. If they were really present about what's going on, they wouldn't procrastinate. So they're disconnected and they're dissociated in the context of what they're in avoidance on. Doesn't mean they're a disconnected person. It just means in the context of the thing that they're procrastinating on, they're disconnecting on that. They're ignoring that. So what happens, and by the way, don't feel bad because I spent my whole life procrastinating. When I first became a master certified practitioner in NLP, I actually was trained by Richard Bandler. So Richard Bandler, as you know, is the founder of NLP, and he brought me up on stage. There was about 80 some people in the room, and there were only about 6 processes he did in a total of 8 days. And he picked me 3 times, which was bizarre for me. And he said, there's something about you. And I was like, there is? He brought me up on stage. He says, I would work with you. I would hire you. And I was like, wow, okay. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. He would hire me, speaking to 80 people. And then he said this, but nah, I don't think so. I wouldn't hire you. I'm like, what? He says, because you procrastinate. And I'm looking at him like this, and I'm not saying anything, but in my brain, I'm going, how does he know? He says, you hesitate. You hesitate on everything. I was like, oh, crap. I think it was, early 30s. And I was like, damn. So we did this process together. And I got to tell you, mind-blowing. Now, if the person is procrastinating, would you agree that's a problem? Yes, right? Now, if it requires you to get a person off of procrastination, if it requires you to use an away from to get them off of procrastination, as long as you're getting them to get off of procrastination, no longer procrastinate anymore, and as long as they end up being motivated and happy, does it make sense to do it? Absolutely. So we're not so much concerned with getting a towards motivator right here, because it's the lesser of 2 bads, right? We're more concerned with getting them off of procrastination, even if we have to use an away from energy to do it. Because once they get off of procrastination, this is all going to chain them out to the desired state anyway, so it's irrelevant. So for the first intermediary state, you can be towards or away. The last state here, the second intermediary state, it must be towards. So I'll say that. The second intermediary state must be a towards. Okay. All right, so that's the first criteria, A. First intermediary state can be a towards or an away from. Second intermediary state must be a towards. Again, what's towards, what's away? Towards is something positive that you want, moving you towards your vision, towards the future. And away from is something that you don't want, that you're trying to move away from. Now, the problem with away froms is that they do get some results, but they give you inconsistent results, right? So a person that I don't want to be fat or I don't want to be broke. Well, if you're overweight at that moment, or if you don't have resources and money at that moment, just the fact that you don't have it, it's going to motivate you to get it. Make sense? But the reason why it creates inconsistent results is because if you're motivated by pain, if you're motivated by what you don't want, lack of money, lack of a relationship, lack of health and fitness, lack of whatever, if that's motivating you and that's causing you pain and you're being driven by that pain, the moment you move far away from that pain, you're getting some money, you're getting some health results, you end up losing that. You're now far away from the thing that causes you pain, such that you're no longer feeling any pain. And when you're no longer feeling any pain, if it was pain that was driving your behavior and motivating you in the first place, guess what you're going to do? My question to you all, what are you going to do when the pain is now removed? A person that's motivated by pain, driven by pain, once you're far enough away from the pain, such as the pain's no longer there, guess what happens to your motivation?
Goes out the window.
Goes down.
Yeah, which is the reason why the lady that wants to get it, or the man or lady that wants to get in shape for that wedding or for that prom dress, because they don't want to look fat or don't want to look out of shape, they'll do what they need to do to get in shape for that event and those pictures. But the moment that prom has happened, that wedding photos happen, and now it's after the wedding, there's no longer the pain. The pain of looking bad in those pictures is no longer there. What happens to their motivation? Disappears. What happens to their behavior? Now that the motivation is gone to stay in shape, now what happens is they end up getting the weight back, which reminds me of, one of the famous people that we all know, who's perhaps one of the biggest icons in the last 100 years in our country, famous for television. She had a TV show for over 25, 30 years plus. And she was asked, why do you still work? She says, why do I still work? Or why do I, you know who I'm talking about too, right? Oprah. Why do you still work? Or why do you still work out? She said to the interviewer, why am I still working? Why am I still working out? The interviewer said, why do you still work? She said, well, there's infinite possibilities. I'll never stop because the vision is so big. There's 8 billion people on the planet, and not everybody's been impacted by my show. We haven't reached everybody, so I can never stop because there's more. It's infinite possibilities out there. Would you agree? That's towards, right? That's definitely towards driving, motivating energy, right? And then as she's about to go up the red carpet, she just made it as a joke talking about working out. The interviewer said, well, you brought it up. Why do you still work out? So now he's asking Oprah Winfrey, why do you still exercise? Which wasn't even the topic that he was even talking about in the first place. He was talking about why she continues to work when she's had a show for so many years. But then by throwing that little comment in there, why do you still work out? She said, well, I just work out because I don't want to have a fat. Not my words, her words. I don't want to be fat. I don't want to have a fat butt, pretty much is what she said. So, of course, going on daytime television and looking fat is embarrassing for some people. For some people, they don't care. So to each to their own. But for her, it was humiliating because everybody was always criticizing her. They're always finding something to talk crap about her. So they always commented on her weight. Oh, her weight ballooned up again. And look, she looks fat again. And now she lost weight. And oh, she's on another diet again. And this and that. They're always talking about something. They're always going to find something to criticize you on. So, of course, she did what she could do to stay healthy and lose the weight. But here's the thing. Once she lost the weight, guess what happened next? She was motivated by not looking fat. So the moment she no longer looked fat, she lost weight and she looked good. Guess what happened to that motivator of not looking fat? What happened to that motivator? That motivator disappeared because she wasn't fat anymore. So then she's not going to wake up 6 o'clock in the morning, get on the treadmill, eat all those right foods, because the pain of not looking fat is now been removed. She used to be motivated by pain, is now been removed. And so now she doesn't have the towards motivator, which is I'm healthy, but there's even more healthy I could be, even better health. I could be even more toned. I could have even better posture. I could have even better veins. I could have even better lungs. I mean, why do I swim twice a week? Like literally yesterday, because the gyms have now closed. And I tell Veronica, I need to swim. And, for me, swimming is not getting in the ocean and monkeying around in the ocean for 10 minutes. Swimming is I swim for an hour. So I got the goggles and I swam here in Newport Beach I stopped short of an hour. It was about 45 minutes. I swam all the way from here to the pier, all the way back, then all the way back to the pier and all the way back. Why? Because for me, the motivation is how much healthier can I be? Your exercise affects your state of mind, your emotion, and your self-worth and self-esteem, how you see yourself. It all is interconnected. We're not just talking about health and fitness, we're talking about money too. So some of you feel good when you're building wealth. Some of you are more motivated by pain. You're more motivated of shit, I don't want to make sure that my bills are paid. I don't want to be dependent on anybody. I don't want to be struggling. I don't want to one day this relationship, whatever, and now I'm stuck and I can't feel myself, or I'm old and gray and I can't take care of all of that is away from motivator. It will work to get you short-term results because it scares you and it motivates you. But the moment you get some results, you get comfortable, you get complacent, you take things for granted. And the moment you take things for granted and you don't continue to do what it was to get in the gym and get healthy or to prospect and close those deals and bring that money in, the moment you lose the motivator, you actually start to lose the action that you take, the behavior that you take. And this, when you stop taking the action of going to the gym, prospecting, picking up the phone, you start to regress. When you regress, you end up spending the money. People go, I know this is very common in real estate. Real estate, we coach a lot of different people in real estate, and we hear from them it's stressful. It's stressful to get out there, knock on those doors, make those phone calls, and dealing with clients, difficult clients. So what do? They make the money, and then they spend the money trying to medicate. In some cases, not all, some try to medicate their emotions by going on shopping sprees, drinking too much alcohol, going on unnecessary trips, not the kind of trips that we're talking about where you went to Paris. We're talking about trips to Vegas where it's just nonsense because they're trying to solve their frustration with their job. Like I know people in real estate that are alcoholics. They're alcoholics because they're having to deal with a stressful job. And the only way that they can deal with that stressful job is to drink and medicate their emotions. So what does this have to do with this? Some people are motivated by the pain of being broke or being hurt or being, looking fat or whatever, or being criticized like Oprah. And the moment you are far enough away from that pain, your motivation goes down to zero, because if you're motivated by pain and the pain is now gone, then what's motivating you? So that's why in the context of overall life, we want to help you to become motivated by your vision and what you want. Because I know this is a side teaching here. When you're motivated by your vision and what you want, it doesn't matter how high or far you go, it's still even higher that you can go. So when Oprah started in her career, you know, and there's a whole story in that, and I won't even get into all that, but she was offered, I think, $300,000 at a time when she was early days. She was offered money for someone to buy her. She was an unknown name. We're going to give you $300,000. This is many, many years ago, and we will promote you. We'll put the money in. We will own the rights to you, and we'll give you some, what do you call those, residual checks or whatever, points on the back end. She said no, because she knew that she was building this. So as you get to this level, you don't stop because you know there's even more. As you get to that level, you don't stop because you know there's even more. As you get to this level, you don't stop because you know there's even more. So this is what we're talking about, motivation, moving towards. You're never not motivated because you're moving towards a vision, and no matter how high you go, there's higher that you can go, which is very different than this. The moment you're far enough away from your pain, if the pain is the thing that was driving you, the pain is now removed. You now lose your motivation. And when you lose your motivation, you start to regress, going back, and then you gain all the weight again, or then you then realize your money is gone, and then you get triggered by the fact that you don't have money, and now you need to hustle and grind again, so you work really, really hard. And then finally you get some money, then you become complacent again, lazy again. And then because you become complacent, lazy again, you stop doing the prospecting, you stop going to the gym, you stop doing the behavior you know you need to do, and you start to regress. And then it just becomes this yo-yo effect that you're far enough away from your pain, feel good, but then you regress and you find yourself back there again. It's like a yo-yo. It's like literally a yo-yo thing that's happening. So I've gone in depth into this description of towards and away that has something to do with anchoring, but it's not the main theme. But I wanted to really bring that home to reiterate this to you, because some of you have done your values. You listened to your values. You found out which were values towards, which were values away. And you did the timeline therapy process to remove all the away from energy, the negative emotions, the limiting beliefs, and all the away from energy. And if you haven't done that yet, definitely that's the next step for you to do. Remove all the away from energy in your values, and then we install new values that are all positive and moving towards. Going back to training anchors. You've got an undesired state, you've got an intermediary state 1, intermediary state 2, and you have a desired state. In this case, it's procrastination to motivation. You need this 2 intermediary states because it's like you're going across a river or hopping across a pond, and you can't jump from here to here. It's too far apart. So you need 2 intermediary states in order to get there. By doing this, know that the first intermediary state can be an away from energy, or it can be a towards energy. The next one, the secondary intermediary state, which is the last one before you get to the desired state, has to be a towards energy. I've spent a good 10 minutes going over towards motivators and away from motivators so that you can understand the reason why, again, the reason why we even allow an away from motivator here is because sometimes that's the only thing that will work to get them off of the undesired state. For example, let's say someone is procrastinating. The only thing that I've heard sometimes that gets them off of procrastination is worry. That was actually the state for the mayor, was worried, right? He would have to get really worried for him to go, boom, I got to do this. Because he has 1,000 different things, 1,000 different projects, 1,000 different people that all need his attention, all at the same time for the city. And of course, you can't do everything all the time for everybody. So the idea that something would worry him, like, oh, you know what, I'm worried about that. That needs my time and attention. It would actually get him off of procrastination and get him to take action. So the fact that we are using worry, at least it gets them off of procrastination and gets them moving. So that's why sometimes we are willing to use an away from or a towards on the first one. But this one absolutely has to be towards because we're moving towards the vision. Okay, so A is the first intermediate state can be towards or away. The second intermediate state must be a towards. Now, what's B? B. B is the next state must have movement. Write this down. You definitely want to write this criteria down because as you guys do the process, you would definitely want to have the list of criteria so that you can make sure when you pick an intermediate state, you can make sure that you've picked a state that will work to do the chaining anchors. The second one is this next state must have movement. So write that down. The next state must have movement. Okay, let me give you an example. I'll write this down. Doing and having, I think I can write it here. Doing and having have movement. So they do have movement. The state of doing something or the state of having something does have movement. But the state of being does not have movement. Typically, the state of being does not have movement. So doing and having has movement. State of being doesn't have movement. Like, for example, being blissful. I'm blissful. It's a state of being. Does that have movement? I'm blissful. Well, no, I could be sitting in the couch. I could be sitting on the beach going, ah, I'm blissful, but not take any action. So that's why we're saying being, right? Being resourceful maybe has movement, but being blissful. Even sometimes the word powerful. Some people can be powerful and they're just being powerful, but they don't need to do anything. Like, I'm powerful, so I don't need to do anything. I don't need to take action with it. I'm just powerful. Doing states and having states have more movement. Okay, so that's the second criteria, A and B. Now let's go to C. There's about 5 total. Now number C. Is what will be sufficiently intense. What will be sufficiently intense to move the chain onto the next state? What will be sufficiently intense to move the chain onto the next state? What will be sufficient intense to move the chain onto the next state? So the question is, what is sufficiently intense? Sufficiently intense. What is sufficiently intense? If you say, okay, I have procrastination, and what gets you off of that, and let's say we say extreme curiosity. Okay, I could be extremely curious. right? And want to do something, want to find out something. Extreme curiosity. And then what gets me off of that? Oh, just, a small amount of interest, a little bit of interest. I'm just a little interested. Well, little interest isn't intense, right? So what we mean to say is that the third criteria, C, what would be sufficiently intense? It's got to be intense. It's got to be intense. Remember, one of the keys to anchoring, remember that? One of the keys to anchoring is intensity. Do you remember that? We go back. The 5 keys to anchoring, do you remember that from last week? 5 keys to anchoring is intensity. The more intensity, the better. Timing, very important. Uniqueness on the knuckles. Replication, are you able to apply the anchor in that same place? Easily replicatable each time. And the number of times, the more powerful you anchor, it will be based on the number of times you anchor that spot. So we know intensity is pretty much the first key to successful anchoring. So if you're coming up with an intermediary state, which is, I'm a little interested. So ladies and gentlemen, when someone says to you, and you go, do you like me? Do you like me? Do you love me? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm a little interested in you. And what is that? How does that feel like, right? Do you say, hey, I'm going to kick this person to the curb? You better show more interest in me than just a little bit of interest, right? It's not intense enough. So we want to make sure that it's sufficiently intense. And we're referring to each one. It has to be sufficiently intense to move you through the chain. Okay. I think with the mayor, it was bulldog determination. Now you tell me, bulldog determination. It wasn't just determination, bulldog determination. That's pretty intense, yes? So that's number C. And number D, the state should be self-initiated. The state should be self-initiated. So what do I mean by that? I want you to imagine you're on a deserted island. And let's say we wanted to use shame. Let's say we had a class just last weekend, and someone told me they were driven by and motivated by shame. So let's say you wanted to use shame here as perhaps the first intermediary state, because it's like, shame on me that I'm not doing this. I'm going to go out there and do it. So let's say shame. Well, according to this, the state should be self-initiated. 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 Is shame self-initiated? Well, you're going to go, well, it is. I mean, you feel shame. You're the one that created the shame. Well, think about it. Again, if you were on a deserted island, could there, and there was nobody there, not a single soul, not an animal, barely a plant, no creature but you, and you're there for 10 years, 20 years, and like that movie with who's that famous actor? He plays the movie where he disappears on an island. Lost? Castaway. What's his name? Tom Hanks. Yes, getting a little help from my friends. Tom Hanks. So think of yourself like, okay, Castaway, Tom Hanks, you're on an island. Are you going to give a crap at that point? How you look? Whether you're gaining some pounds or not? Are you going to give a crap about what anybody thinks about you? There's no one there. There's not a single person there to judge you. or to criticize you. So you're not likely to feel shame on any behavior that you would do on that deserted island. So shame actually requires people to witness you, typically, and or someone, you know, one could say God, right? Someone could say, God's watching me, so I feel shame because at least he's watching me, right? So whatever it is, shame is, for many people, it requires outsiders to look at you and for you to be embarrassed or shameful about what you're doing because you're being perceived through the lens of other people. And so that's not really self-initiated. So when we use this next one, this intermediary state, we want to make sure it's self-initiated, not others initiated, okay? So that is D. And finally, B, C, D. Let me make sure I have them all. Let me just go to D. I have them numbered. Give me a second here. A is, it needs to be towards or away. Second intermediary state has to be towards. Then B, the state must have movement. We got that. C, what will be sufficiently intense, right? And then D is the second state. That's E. Oh, no, I already have that. Got it. Yes. I already have that here. Got it. Yes. I already have that all here. Okay, cool. So this is actually E. It should be self-initiated. We got that one. And then finally, the state should not be how they're doing it already. The state should not be how they are doing it already. The state should not be how they're doing it already. When I asked the mayor and I said, okay, so what gets you off? Initially, this is what he said. What gets you off of procrastination? He was thinking, and he said, deadlines I got. Looming deadlines, Kaya, looming deadlines. I said, okay, are you sure about that? He says, yeah, I got looming deadlines, trust me. I said, okay. I said, so that's what gets you off of procrastination? He says, yep. I said, you have looming deadlines now? He says, yeah. And I said, and yet you're still procrastinating, even though you do have looming deadlines. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you got a point. I am. I said, so looming deadlines is not how you get off of procrastination. You're already procrastinating with looming deadlines. So looming deadlines is your perception of those deadlines, is your way of actually still procrastinating. Is like, ooh. So looming deadlines in his case is the way he was already procrastinating. He would look at these things as looming deadlines and he would still procrastinate. So we definitely, when we're designing this chain, and yes, we're taking some time to do this. You want to get rid of procrastination for the rest of your life. You've got to really understand how to do this to make sure it's done correctly. So looming deadlines is the way he was already procrastinating. So in other words, if I continue to anchor his current strategy on how he procrastinates, guess what he's going to do? He's going to procrastinate even more. He's going to find more ways to procrastinate. I'm actually going to embed his strategy for procrastination even deeper. He's going to do it more and more and more and more and more. We don't want to do that. So you do not want to anchor the strategy with which they're already doing it. The state should not be how they are doing it already. That's E. I'm going to do one more called F, which is just a repeat of the first one, F. And F is simply the second to last state. The second to last state must be a towards. Okay, I'm just repeating that. Second to last state, as you see here, must be a towards. Okay, so here's the five criteria. Number one, the first intermediary state can be a towards or an away from energy, a towards motivator or an away from motivator, towards your vision or away from what you don't want. And it still works to get you off of procrastination. Second, the second intermediary state must be a towards. This one has to be a towards. Third, the next state must be movement, must have movement. So procrastination to this, whatever this is, it has to have movement to it. Whatever that is, it has to have movement to it. We already know motivation has movement to it, right? Number C, what will be sufficiently intense to move the chain onto the next state? It must be intense. Little bit interested isn't intense enough. Power, determination, focus, those have much more intensity, those words. Next one, the state should be self-initiated. In other words, something that they can do internally, not something that requires, like for instance, one could say, well, in my chain, I'll be motivated when my significant other wakes me up in the morning, or when my significant other reminds me, sends me a text messages, or sends me an alarm, or warns me about something. I'll be motivated when people show up to work and actually people are coming into my office asking me questions. Well, then I'll be motivated to learn this or how to do this. That's not self-initiated. That's not self-maintained. If you're waiting for someone else to motivate you or to ask you a question or to inspire you to do anything, the chain won't work, because it will only work when they do that behavior to inspire you. So if we're setting things up for other people to be part of your chain, when those other people, for whatever reason, are not there, your chain won't work. That's why it's critically important. We design a chain that works regardless of other people. It's completely internal to you, and you don't need anybody else's input to make it work. Does that make sense? And then finally, the state should be not how they're doing it already. So we're not interested in what you typically do when you procrastinate that somehow ends up with you still procrastinating. That's your strategy for actually procrastinating. We're not interested in your strategy for procrastinating. We're interested in the strategy that will get you off of procrastination and help you end procrastination. And then last one, the second to last state must be towards, which I already shared with you right here. The second to last state must be towards. So now that we've gone over the criteria, now let's look at the big picture on how we're going to do this process. Here's the big picture. I'm going to give you an overview. When you're doing this process, it only takes about 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Teaching you how to do the process is obviously taking me a lot longer because you get to know how to do it. But once you know how to do it, it takes no more than 20 minutes to do this process with anybody. So once you have this tool at your disposal, you can literally do this in 20 minutes very quickly with someone. So here's the big picture. What you're going to do is you're going to elicit all the states and anchor them. This is really the big picture. You're going to elicit all the states. Elicit each of the states. You're going to anchor them, right? We're going to do them on the knuckles. Then number two is we're going to make sure that they're properly anchored, that they're solid, and that they really bring about that state. So how do you do that? You're going to test. We're going to test them. And then number three, we're going to chain. We're going to chain. 1, 2, 2. We're going to chain 2, 2, 3. We're going to chain 3, 2, 4. So that's pretty much the end of the process. We're going to chain 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. So if you look at them here, we're going to chain 1 to 2. I know this says intermediary state 1, intermediary state 2. They're actually the definitions of the intermediary states, intermediary state 1, intermediary state 2. However, the total change is this is the 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. So according to this, when you chain them 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, you're going to chain 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. So literally this is going to be chained all the way across. You might ask yourself, what's going to happen when that happens? Whenever they even think of procrastinating, immediately within 2 seconds, it's going to lead them straight to motivation. Why? Because we've chained them. So that's how that process works. Okay, just going to cover a little more things, and we're almost ready. You really want to know what the intermediary states are. You really want to discover what these are, and you really want to look at the criteria for determining what they are. So the question really is, what gets you off of procrastination? What gets you off of procrastination? What's that state that literally, so I want you to start thinking about that right now. If we were to do this process with you right now, and we were to ask you, what gets you off of procrastination? What would it be? Not what gets you off, but you still end up procrastinating. What gets you off of procrastination? And it absolutely gets you going, gets you moving, gets you off of procrastination. It gets you into movement for sure. That's the question. When you discover what this is, you're going to design the chain. And when you start to do the process of anchoring, elicit all the states and anchor them, as the person doing the anchoring on the other person, you're going to be getting into the state yourself that you are going to be anchoring them in. Why? Remember, I've shared this with you before. You're not just an influencer, you're not just a communicator, you're not even just a sales professional. You are a state inducer. So if you want someone else to get into a state, and if they want you, because they're going to do the process with you, if they want you to get into a certain state, what's required is you would go into that state to be a state inducer, to induce the state in them. They would also go into that state to be a state inducer to go into that, to help you go into that state too. Now, the question too is how many times will you anchor each of these states? How many times will you anchor procrastination? How many times will you anchor the first intermediary state, the second intermediary state, and the final state? We are going to anchor them 5 times each. You may go, what? Why 5 times? Well, let me ask you this. Remember one of the keys to anchoring. All the way back here. Intensity. Would you agree the more times you anchor a state, it becomes more intense? Would that be one of the keys to anchoring? Yes. Would you also agree that the number of times you anchor a powerful state, they will become more powerful in them? Yes. The other thing too is that procrastination is known as a very avoidant state. I spent most of my life procrastinating until I was 30, I don't know, 30 something years old. Having goals, having dreams, having fears, and not taking a chance, playing small in my life, not accomplishing much. So what I did is my call it way or method or strategy for procrastinating was avoidance. Just disconnecting, like not being present, disconnecting. So because that's the case, because a person typically, when they procrastinate, because they avoid, we must first, before we remove procrastination, we must first anchor procrastination such that they become really present to what it is. They're not avoiding it. And don't worry about it, even though it's maybe uncomfortable for a few seconds here, it's not a big deal because they're going to feel great at the end of the process anyway. So it leads to this amazing, incredible, exciting, amazing feeling. But it's almost like saying they're in denial in some cases. Some people are more in denial than others. But a lot of people, when they're procrastinating, they're in denial that they're really procrastinating. They're in avoidance. They're disconnected from it. So in order for us to create transformation, we must get them connected. Connected to the problem, and then also connected to the solution. Does that make sense? Because if we want to get them connected to the solution, but they're not connected to the problem, the solution will work because they're dissociated, right? It's like you wanting someone else to change. You realize I'm just going to get frustrated because I can't change the other person. The reason why you can't change the other person is that's up to them. It's up to them to change. You can't change anybody else. The only thing you can control is you changing yourself. Be associated in yourself and you can change. So we got to create association so that we can create change. If they're not associated in their procrastination problem, they're dissociated, they're never going to change. So we're going to anchor this 5 times. We're going to anchor that 5 times. We're going to anchor that 5 times. We're going to anchor that 5 times. We are going to put a break state in between them, right? So, remember break state. I talked to you about this before. Break state is, when you ask them, can you remember a time when you were really, motivated? Go back to the time, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really fully feel the feelings of being really motivated. Great. Okay, cool. Clear the screen. Or break state. Or what did you have for breakfast? You're changing, when you say break state, you're changing the subject to something else. So you're getting them out of that state and into a neutral place where they're no longer thinking the old state. So we want to do break states in between these so that we can separate them. This is distinct, separate from this, distinct and separate to this, distinct and separate to this, distinct and separate to this. Even within each one, when you're anchoring 5 different times of procrastination, you can do a break state in between each one of those 5. You can do another break state in between each one of those 5. You can do another break state in between each one of those 5. You can do a break state in between each one of those 5. And for sure, you're doing a break state between them, doing a break state between these two, doing a break state between these two. And then certainly at the end, once you've chained all of these, right? And then once you've chained all of these and now they're motivated, you want to do a break state at the very end because they're now motivated. So if they're motivated and now all of a sudden you put your finger on their procrastination anchor, they could, in theory, become motivated to procrastinate. Imagine if someone's motivated to procrastinate. That's not good. Why? Because you've now, by not breaking state, making a mistake of not breaking state here, you've now looped them back to the procrastination. So if you don't do a break state here, you're literally motivating them to procrastinate. As soon as you fire off this, if you didn't do a break state, you're motivating them to procrastinate. So we don't do that. What you do is you do this, you finish it, you chain them, you break state at the end when the process is done, then you will not loop back. Then you can press on this procrastination, and because these are all linked, the person will instantly become motivated when you do that. I'll go over that again a little bit later as we're winding down the process. What else do I want to share with you? We're going to be stacking each one 5 times, as I mentioned. We shared why. We talked about breaking state. The only other thing too is testing them. Before we go into, once we've finished anchoring this 5 times, before we go into anchoring in first intermediate state, or before we go into anchoring the second intermediary state, before we go into anchoring the final desired state, we may want to test each one. So we're going to anchor this 5 times. We're going to do the break state like we said, and then we're going to test it to make sure it's solid and it's working. Same thing, we're going to test this one. Before we go into the next one, we're going to test it to make sure it's solid working. We're going to test it to make sure it's solid working. We're going to test it to make sure it's solid and working. We want to test them all to make sure each one of them is solid and working before we chain them. Because we want to make sure that they were intense enough by the time we're done, right? Okay. I think that is... So now I'm going to talk about the chaining. So now what does the chaining look like? When we're chaining 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, how does that work? So I'll share with you what the chaining is going to look like. And you'll also see it in the demo. When you're chaining them, you're going to be firing off. So this is chaining. When you're chaining them, you're going to fire off number 1, then when number 1 is at its peak, then you're going to add number 2, which is like firing off number 2, right? And then release number 1. So what I'm sharing, I'm going to write this out. It's almost like this. If you look, imagine this is procrastination. Let's say this is worry. Let's say this is bulldog determination. And let's say this one is motivation. So you're going to kind of do it like a piano. So once you've anchored 5 times on this knuckle, procrastination, right? You cleared screening between each one, you tested it, it's solid. Then you clear screen and then you anchor 5 times, let's call it worry or disappointment on this knuckle. Or something moving towards one, like desire, you know, it could be towards one as well. You're going to anchor that 5 times on this knuckle. You're going to break state between each one. You're going to test it, make sure it's solid. And then you're going to do the same thing for, let's say, determination. And then you're going to do the same thing for motivation. So essentially what you're going to do is this: when you're chaining them, it's all anchored, it's all done. When you're chaining them, you're going to fire off number 1. You're going to wait till the person gets to the peak, right? Remember sensory acuity. They're going to get to the peak. Then when they get to the peak, you're going to fire off number 2. You're going to hold the both in both position momentarily. It could be a second or 2 seconds. You're going to let go of the first one. You're going to fire off the second one, wait till that gets to the peak. Once that gets to the peak, you're going to put the finger down on the third knuckle, which connects these two. Then you're going to release the second knuckle. You're going to ride the wave of that third knuckle all the way to the peak. Then you're going to fire off the fourth knuckle. And what that does is that connects the two. You're going to let go of the third knuckle, and you're going to let that fourth state ride all the way to the peak, and then you're going to let go. That's the process of chaining. I kind of think it like a piano, like bum, bum. Wait, I'd have to go a little slower. So bum. Remember, it's 5 for anywhere from 5 up to 5 to 15 seconds. So bum, bum. Up to 5 to 15 seconds. Bum. All the way up. And you're just going to go like I see it as planting the keys on a piano, but the fingers are staying at least 5 to 15 seconds all the way to the peak of each one. And I'm going to draw you what energetically that looks like. It kind of looks, I'll get to it in a moment on another page. Let me finish this first. So you're going to add the second one and then release the first one. And then you are going to add when this is at its peak, when number 2 is at its peak, you will add 3. And release number 2. And then when 3 is at its peak, you will add 4 and release number 3, which is basically what I just did on the knuckles. Everything I'm writing down is literally walking through this. And then finally, when the fourth knuckle is at its peak, then you'll release number 4. Okay, so that's what it looks like written out. And this is what it looks like visually. And you'll see a demo. I'll show you actually how this is done momentarily. Remember anchoring, right? We go all the way back to that bell-shaped curve. That's great. Maybe to go over the bell-shaped curve. See the bell-shaped curve with the state becomes visible? First, they have no state. They're neutral. Then all of a sudden you see the blood coming in through the face. So you see the skin color, the skin tonus, or you see the breathing change, or you see the lower lip, or you see the eyes focus to do focus, dilated or undilated. So you start to see the state come in, and you apply the anchor anywhere from what? Up to 5 to 15 seconds. You get all the way to the peak. Once you know that they're at peak, how do you know they're at the peak? The way you know that they're at the peak is you start to see that energy, that state subside. As soon as it starts to come down, that tells you where you were at the peak. So as soon as you get to that, where it's starting to subside, that tells you that you were at the peak. You take your finger off, which is this. You're taking your finger off, right? Again, as you remember, the only way you can know you're at the peak is if when it starts to subside. Because how would you know you're at the peak here? How do you know that it's not even going? How do you know this is not even going even higher up here? The only way you know that it's not going even higher up here is it starts to go down. So that's just a reminder, just to remind you. That's how you know you take your finger off, anywhere for up to 5 to 15 seconds. So this is basic anchoring. This is basic anchoring, which is one state on one knuckle. We're doing chaining anchors, which puts this on steroids. Literally steroids compared to this. Not only are you anchoring each knuckle 5 times, this is just one anchor, but you're doing this a second time, you're doing this a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time on that one knuckle. Not only that, remember you have 4 knuckles, right? So you have 4 states. Four knuckles, 1 knuckle, 2 knuckles, 3 knuckles, 4 knuckles. So you have 4 states. So your question now is, what does this look like when you have multiple anchors? I'm going to draw it for you, and then I'm going to do a demo for you. This looks like this. So let's say we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4. This is procrastination, whatever the intermediary state number 1 is, whatever the intermediary state number 2 is, and whatever the final desire state. So procrastination to motivation, right? As an example. So remember that as the state comes in, it goes like this, right? As this state, it comes in and may go like this, right? As this state comes in, it may go like this. As this state comes in, it may go like this, right? Does that make sense, everybody? You have literally, even though each knuckle, knuckle 1, knuckle 2, knuckle 3, knuckle 4, even though each knuckle is being anchored 5 times with the same state, this is the way it looks for each one of those 5. They're still all going on the same knuckle. But this is knuckle 2, that's knuckle 3, knuckle 4. So you have 5 going here, right? I can draw that for you if you want. You have 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5. You have 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So let's say you have 5 anchors on each time. 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. But they're on different knuckles. So what you're essentially doing when you're chaining is this is what it looks like. You apply the anchor here when you anchor, and you let go here, right? You apply the anchor as soon as it becomes visible here, you let go about here. You apply the anchor as soon as it becomes visible here, you let go about here. You apply the anchor as soon as it becomes visible here, and you let go about here. That's how you do basic anchoring for each knuckle. When you chain them, this is what's going to happen. Fire off number 1, right? This is green now, right? You're going to fire off number 1 right here. when number one is at its peak, when it gets to at its peak, which is here, you're going to fire off number two. Number two. And what do? You release number one. And when number two is at its peak, you're going to take number two to its peak. You're going to then release one. You already know that. Then you're going to fire off number three. When you fire off number three, you're going to release number two. You're going to take number three all the way to its peak. Then when you get three at its peak, then you're going to fire off number four. And you're going to take number four all the way to its peak. And then when number four hits its peak, you're going to release number four. You're going to release number four. So when you're doing the chain, this is what the chain looks like. Chaining anchors. This is actually what's happening in their nervous system. You're riding through procrastination. Let's say this one is worry or disappointment. You're then riding them through the disappointment, then riding them up through the determination or the bulldog determination, whatever it is, and all the way to the motivation. So this is the undesired state. Or stuck state. And then they're going to end up with a desired state. So when you chain them, what's happening is you're guiding them through the chain where they end up with what? They end up taking action, the desired state, motivation, or whatever it is. So this is actually how the chaining works. What this does is even the thought of procrastination, neurologically, because these are chained, within 2 seconds, sometimes it's 5 seconds, it depends, everybody's a little different, within 2 to 5 seconds, the person is instantly motivated. In fact, what usually happens is they're in the desired state, they don't ever even think about procrastination. But let's say someone said to you, oh, you know, let's not do that. Let's put it off. You know we need to get that done today, but let's put it off. Let's don't do it today. Let's go tomorrow. Let's just, you know, let's say someone is encouraging you to do their bad habit. They're encouraging you to be lazy. They're encouraging you to procrastinate. They're encouraging you to not take responsibility for what needs to be done. And they're encouraging you to do what's not in your best interest. So someone is trying to get you to be stuck, right? They say birds of a feather flock together. People are always, you know, they call it the crabs, right? The crabs in the barrel. And that one crab is trying to get out of the barrel. And right, the other crab's going, where the heck, who do you think you are? Where do you think you're going? You ain't leaving us in this barrel. And they start to grab your legs and try to pull you back in the barrel to stay stuck in the barrel like them. So with someone maybe trying to keep you down or keep you playing small, because I'm off subject, but hey, sometimes it's insecurity. They don't want you to be that great. They don't want you to look that great. They don't want you to get lean and healthy. They don't want you to succeed and have the money, because for whatever reason, sometimes they feel, and bless them, sometimes it's a fear. They feel like they may lose you. They feel like you may be attracted to some other person. They feel like you may not need them anymore. So sometimes people are trying to hold you back. And what this does is when someone or something tries to hold you back, instantly, what is that going to do? I love this so much. This is literally going to fire off your chaining anchors such that you say, absolutely not. I'm taking action. So by show of hands, who has some experience where someone holds you back in some way, shape, or form? And this is what gets you out of that. Now, remember what we said originally. This isn't just for procrastination and motivation. Remember from the very beginning? Not just procrastination, motivation. Confusion. Some people are stuck in confusion. They're not thinking clearly. or some people are panicking, right? Who knows a family or a group of people where everybody goes into panic and they're supposed to be leaders and they act like they got no courage, they've got no clarity of thinking, they've got no poise, no grace. So sometimes people are inducing panic in you, but you get to be confident. Stuck, no options, no. You get to go for it. Not knowing what to do, you get to be resourceful. And overwhelmed, you get to be totally in control. So anybody or anything that tries to hold you back, this chain is designed that it produces action from you every time. Now, does that mean that you can't go to Hawaii or Tahiti or Fiji and take a week off from work and go and sip a pina colada is one of my favorite drinks? Of course not. This doesn't mean that you cannot ever, doesn't mean that you're on it 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and you can't even take a holiday. That's not what this means. This means that you're motivated, and when it's a decision that you're making is moving you towards what you want, you go, but you also know that you get to work hard and you get to take time off when it's appropriate. So you might be motivated to take that holiday. You might be motivated to go and see parts of the world that you've never seen before. You might be motivated to get that car or that house or whatever it is you want. So it's anything that you desire in that moment. I think that is a couple of loose ends here, just want to fix. Let's line them up a little better. Okay. You write this here. You want to make sure that you anchor each one of these 4 to 5 times. 4 or 5 times. If each state, 4 or 5 times of each state. 4 or 5 times of each state. Again, 4 or 5 times each state. This is, say, procrastination. This is the intermediary state number 1, intermediary state number 2, desired state. You want to make sure that you do a break state, right? Let me write this. I can do this in red. Do a break state. In between this and this, a break state. In between this and this, and a break state. In between this and this, and finally a break state at the end. So I'm going to go purple. You definitely want to do a break state here too. Break state at the end, right? So each step of the way before you go between states, break state, between states, break state, between state, break state. And most importantly, I want to reiterate this. Most importantly, you want to do a break state at the end. Once you chain these, break state at the end, because we're going to test. What we're going to do is we're going to actually fire off this anchor after we've chained and after we broke the state at the end. We're going to fire off this anchor because it's our prediction, and what's going to happen is that you will literally, once you fire off the old procrastination anchor, because it's now chained, it will lead you directly to motivation. We want to make sure that we break state because we don't want to have you become motivated and then motivated to procrastinate. When you break state, you seal this in. You seal this in, which now means that when you can fire this off, it leads you to procrastination. You must break state at the end. What that does is it prevents a loop I didn't mention a loop. That's really what it's called. It prevents a loop from happening where the person becomes motivated to procrastinate. You do not want any loop. Write this down. You do not want any loop. You must break state at the very end, so there is no loop, and you can actually just fire this off, this anchor, and you'll find yourself finished with motivation. When you're done, you're going to test. You're going to put your finger on this original knuckle, and you're going to see what happens. What will happen is when you fire this off, because they're chained from knuckle to knuckle to knuckle to knuckle, when you fire this first one off, because they're chained, it's going to move all the way to motivation, which is the reason why I'm saying when someone tries to get you to procrastinate, immediately the chain pops in and you become immediately motivated within 2 to 5 seconds. For some people, the fastest I've seen is less than a second. The slowest I've seen is maybe 5 seconds. When you test, you'll see that they're motivated, and then you'll ask them, how do you feel about procrastination? And they will probably say to you, there's no freaking way I'm procrastinating. They will be very motivated. And then you can also future pace them. So you can test it and future pace them. When you future pace them, then the last question is, can you think of a time in the future, which if it happened in the past, the way you used to be, the old you might have procrastinated. Can you think of a project or situation in the future, which if it was happening in the past, the old you would have hesitated or procrastinated or put it off to some day, and what happens now instead? And they will say to you, I'm gonna just do it. You know, one of my people that I review, and I'm sure you agree, Richard Branson, he was quoted as once saying in an interview, they asked him, how do you create all this stuff? Like, you've got 300 companies, your brand is all over the place, you've got all these things, and for one, how do you do it all? Well, one of his clues is delegation. He builds teams. So he sets things up with teams. So he's not doing the work, they're doing the work. But another thing he said, which goes back to Richard Bandler, when Richard Bandler, the founder of NLP, taught me NLP, when I trained directly by the founder of NLP, Richard Bandler. And he also got me up on stage and discovered that I had a procrastination problem in my 20s and 30s for sure. He mentioned to me, and also Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin Records, Virgin Airlines, Virgin Galactic. He's now going into outer space. He wants to be the first person to create commercial space travel for us, just outside the ozone layer of the Earth. And Elon Musk wants to be the first person to take us to Mars. So Elon Musk is more focused on Mars. Richard Branson is more focused on locally out in outer space here. Richard Branson said that, why, if you finish a project, you can wait, you can stop, you can chill, and you can wait for a long period of time and do the next project. He says, but why wait? Finish the project. If you finish it quickly, start the next project. Finish that quickly, start the next project. Finish that quickly, start the next project. So he has an insatiable appetite for conquering and achieving projects and achieving results. And so when you ask that future pace, as you think of time in the future, which if it happened to pass, the older you might have hesitated or waited, or someday I'm going to do this, someday I'm going to do that. What happens instead? You will typically hear the person say, I'm going. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it again and again and again. So that's really where you want to get to. Reminder, you want to anchor this 5 times. Why? Why is it so important that we anchor procrastination 5 times? Because as I originally said, procrastination is a dissociated state. Typically, people are in avoidance. They may not be in denial, but sometimes they're even in denial. But at a minimum, they're in avoidance. So avoidance is a dissociated state. They're not associated. They're not associated to the impact of the choices that they're not making. So you anchor it 5 times because you want them to become associated. Write this down. You can't solve a problem for anybody that is not associated. If they're disconnected from the problem, if they're numb or they're checked out or they're avoiding the problem, you can't solve the problem for which someone is in avoidance on that problem. So by anchoring it 5 times, they become present. They become really present to it. And when they're fully associated, you can then do the transformation. Transformation happens when the person is fully associated, not when the person is dissociated or disconnected. This is the process to get rid of procrastination. Of all of NLP, there is no better process. Anytime anybody has a procrastination problem, this is the absolute best intervention you can ever do with someone who is procrastinating. Procrastinating on that, whatever, career, money, going after the clients, becoming licensed, procrastinating on door knocking, on picking up the phone, on prospecting, procrastinating with family, with a decision you need to make in your household regarding your spouse or your kids, whatever that decision is that we're not making. Procrastinating relationships. A lot of times people stay in relationships that they shouldn't be in, or they procrastinate on not being committed to that relationship that they should be committed to. Procrastinating on health and fitness, not going to the gym, not taking care of their health, not going to the doctor. That's another big one. People that procrastinate on, they have fear of doctors, the fear of hospitals. They procrastinate on getting checked. My dad passed away of colon cancer. My uncle passed away of colon cancer. My dad passed away of prostate cancer. So sometimes people have a health issue. They're not taking care of it. They're not losing the weight, and they allow time to go by. And then eventually that thing that was a problem that could be solved now becomes this big mountain problem. And now it's a big issue. So one last thing, remember with this, you're anchoring this 5 times on the same knuckle. 5 times on the same knuckle, 5 times on the same knuckle, 5 times on the same knuckle before you chain them. You may ask, okay, well, what if I can't remember 5 times when I procrastinated? What if I can't remember 5 times that I was, whatever this one is, worried or whatever? Well, remember the script, right? Isn't that crazy? I just grab the pages, I flip back, and I land on the page with a script. That's pretty crazy. Can you remember a time when you were totally what? Procrastinating, or when you were really procrastinating, or when you were procrastinating? Remember, not everybody can relate to the word totally or really, so you have to check in with them what word works for them. Can you remember a time when you were whatever, procrastinating, right? Can you remember a specific time? Well, let's say they can remember that time. As you go back to that time now, and you float down into your body, what does that do? It associates them. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and feel or fully feel the feelings of being or totally procrastinating. So you're getting them in that memory. So they remember 1. Okay, you anchor that 5 to 15 seconds, right? Remember that. Anchor that for up to 5 to 15 seconds. And then you clear screen, break state. Then you ask them another one. Can you remember another time you were totally procrastinating? And then you go through the same process and you anchor that 5 to 15 seconds. Then you break state again. Let's say you go with a third one. Let's say you go with a fourth one. Let's say on the third or fourth one, they can't remember another event. Well, guess what? If you say, can you remember another time, and they can't, guess what? They can use the same memory. They don't have to pick 5 different memories on the same state. They could actually go with a repeat memory, because remember, anchoring has to do with what? Intensity, right? So even if you pick the same memory, you're totally fine, right? So let's say you pick 3 new memories, and then the last 2, they can't think of anything new, and you pick the same memory 1 that they had in memory 2. You're still anchoring it. And remember what we said. You're still getting it 5 times. So it doesn't matter if it's the same memory or not. It has to do with the number of times you did it. You now know the script. We've already gone over the script. This is the script. Can you remember a time when you were totally whatever? Can you remember a specific time as you go back to that time now? And flow down into your body, fully associating them. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and really fully feelings of being totally whatever it is, and you anchor it. And then you also know the different options you have. Today we're going to do procrastination and motivation, but you can use this for confused to clear thinking, panic to confident, stuck no options to going for it, not knowing to resourceful, overwhelmed to totally in control. You know that. Now, my last thing before I get our demo subject up in about 5 minutes, 5 minute warning. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to decide one more thing about the intermediary states. I know that we said with intermediary states, intermediary state 1 and 2, we said intermediary state 1 can be an away from or towards. Intermediary state 2 has to be a towards, right? We said intermediary state, first one can be towards or away. The second one must be towards. The next state must have movement. We said that. What will be sufficiently intense to move the chain through the next state? The state should be self-initiated, and the state should not be how they're doing it already. And a reminder, the second state needs to be towards. So the question then is, what are towards states and what are away from states? I'm going to give you some examples just because it's easier for us to write. When you see it, you go, okay, you'll follow along a little better. This is my last thing, and we're going to get a demo up. So here are some moving away states. Moving away states. Confusion. Frustration. Annoyance. Disappointment. These are moving away states. And what about some towards states? Of course, there's tons more. Towards states, you have towards states like passion, excitement, desire, curiosity, maybe intense curiosity. These are towards states. And of course, there's several more. And finally, there's things that you probably would want to not use as part of the chain. As part of this chain, there's certain words that you probably would not want to use, so I'll just give you those and why. You probably don't want to use power. Don't use powerful. Why? Because if you're powerful, you may not want to do anything. You know, with power, you're just powerful. You don't have to do anything. You just sit there and you're powerful. So it doesn't have movement in some cases, right? You don't want to pick overwhelmed. You can, if your intermediary state, if your undesired state is overwhelmed, that's fine. You can use this as overwhelmed, but you don't want to pick an intermediary state as overwhelmed. Why? Remember, it needs what? Movement. Right? One of the second keys is it has to have movement. When you're overwhelmed, many people are stuck and they don't do anything. So you want a state that has movement. You don't want to pick sadness. You know, what gets me off of procrastination is sadness. Well, it's like fear. You don't want to anchor more sadness into a person. It's, you know, any major negative emotions. So write this down. No, don't use any major negative emotions. Don't use any major negative emotions. You don't want to pick a lack of interest. Why do you not want to pick a lack of interest? It's missing what? Intensity. It has no movement, has no intensity, right? You don't want to pick frustration. Also, frustration is a major negative emotion. You don't want to pick fear. Because here's the thing, I want you to think of this. Let's say you use frustration or fear, which is a negative emotion, which we don't want you to do. Let's say you use that in the chain. And let's say later they come and do timeline therapy to remove all frustration, which is a major negative emotion. And they remove all fear, which is another major negative emotion. So if you use frustration or fear in their chain, but then later they do timeline therapy to remove frustration or fear, what's that going to do to the chain? The moment you move one of these out of their chain, guess what will happen to the chain? You'd be removing the piece of the chain, which means that the chain would break and it would no longer work. So you want to make sure that you don't use frustration or fear. And I'm sure you agree that the world has enough fear. You don't want to anchor that, just like sadness. You don't want to anchor that. And you don't want to use uncertainty. Because uncertainty is not intense either. So these are just certain things that you might want to avoid. These tie to this. You don't want to use negative emotions, and you don't want to use negative emotions that are major, and you also don't want to use things that are not intense, because you need intensity. And you don't want to use the negative emotions because you're going to do timeline therapy at some point. You're going to remove those negative emotions. The moment you remove those negative emotions, that chain will not work. So those are some stipulations. That's it. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We're going to bring up the demo subject. You have met her before, I believe, at some point, and we are going to do the process. So just go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to get a drink of water. And the process will take about 30 or so minutes. We'll be done with the process very shortly. 2-minute break, come right back to your seats. See you guys in a bit. Okay, 30 seconds. She's almost ready. Okay, I'm excited. Who's excited? Yeah. This woman probably doesn't need much of an introduction. Or maybe she does. I don't know. Coming to the stage is Bianca. She, by the way, this is the change chair.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, no one has ever sat in this chair and not changed. Awesome. Say hi to Bianca. Okay, so what I've done is I've set up a separate camera here.
Where do I look?
Right there.
Of course.
Right there. So it's a better because they really need to see the anchoring process.
Oh, okay.
No, you're good. You're in the perfect spot. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're in the perfect spot. So when we do the process of anchoring, we want to make sure we're focused on. You want to definitely be on the same height, the same stool height. So I've got a little extra. This is perfect. I got it perfectly situated there. Okay, so Bianca, we're going to do the process of chaining anchors. A couple things. Number one, it necessitates that with my finger, I'm going to use your knuckles to anchor, and then I'm going to do the process. I'm going to chaining anchors. By show of hands, how many of you see this pretty clearly? Aspen, you see her pretty clearly? Good. I don't think I need to zoom in anymore. I think we're good to go. So the first thing is it all right? We always ask permission. Is it all right? I'm looking there, but we're here.
Okay.
Right. Is it all right, Bianca, for you to release procrastination today
Yeah.
and forevermore?
Woohoo. Yes.
Yes. And I'm just curious because some of the students have gone through several weeks or months of this program, and you're the second wave of going through this program with them. And how, just of all the videos, like how many of you, I think you finished most of it, right? Are you 80% complete?
We're towards the end. Yeah.
Did you do time therapy already?
Me and Eleanor, yeah.
Yeah, so you completed that.
Mhm.
Have you created new values and anchored new values?
I haven't anchored my new one.
Okay, so you're close to the end, and doing a 26-step breakthrough, doing chaining anchors at this point would actually be a perfect place for you. You could do this perfectly before installing new values. You could do this perfectly after installing new values. You're still in that perfect spot. I just wanted to make sure that, so we all know that you've gone through, even though some of you have been watching this and you might have seen Bianca here or there a little bit with Abraham. You might not have seen her go through the whole process, but she has gone through the process at your own leisure, watching the videos and with a buddy, Eleanor, and doing the processes off the actual Zoom group meeting.
Yeah, not the cool one.
She's the even more cool one. Okay.
I'm the non-cool.
Okay, so perfect. So you've done the videos. It's okay for you to release procrastination. So my first question is, what's the challenge? What's the and we're speaking to them here. So what is your challenge with procrastination?
Well, up until you were training earlier, I actually didn't even know that some of the things were part of procrastination. When you were labeling them like undecisiveness, like being stuck, I was like, oh my goodness, like I guess I have more of a procrastination problem than I figured, because I was like, oh, I have all of those. And it's in every aspect of my life, like
indecision,
and that's kind of like a new one.
Okay.
And it's like, it's horrible because it's like, it can be a tiny thing and then it takes up all your time. You're trying to choose something that's like a menial task, like, between blue or red, or, and it's.
So as you share, speak from I.
Oh.
No, you're doing perfect, dude. But by the way, she's doing amazing. Speak from I, because what we're doing is we're assisting you in fully associating. So
all right.
On a scale 0 to 10, how bad would you say? 10 being the worst, 5 being it's a problem but not a big problem, it's like average, or 0, 1 being very low. On a scale of 0 to 10, I don't know what that's for, but I think she's trying to tell me something.
Veronica gave us tissues, but I don't know. I would say 10. I would say 10 because
it's a 10 out of 10 problem.
It's a 10 because
why so?
It's because it's not just in one aspect; it's in all, and then also it's really created havoc in my life. Like it really has.
How so?
When my father was sick and he was like passing away, a lot of like that emotion and like everything, I had like a colorful past with him. So it was like
colorful,
right? Yes.
Good, bad, and ugly.
Thank you. And so it was dealing with my emotions as well as, and part of that really affected his quality and his getting better, because he needed someone. And it's like as if I couldn't, and it's actually really hard because I'm going through a court case for his stuff currently. And I battle because it's my brother trying to steal from us, essentially. And it hurts me because it's my brother. So I get stopped again. And court courts are open. So I need to nip this problem in the bud because I need to keep my father's legacy alive, and I can't let these people steal our stuff and you know, let my father's memory go.
So you feel that you've procrastinated on this?
Yes. Yeah. I am currently procrastinating.
You're currently procrastinating?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What would you say if you were to say the biggest area of your life that you're procrastinating on or have procrastinated on that's causing you now or has caused you the most amount of pain? It could be that, it could be anything else. Where you say it's a 10, it's I cry about it, or I have cried about it, or sometimes I cry about it, where it's causing you or has caused you pain.
Where it has caused me pain? Well, I mean, in the with my father, it hurt him and it hurt his quality of life, and that caused me a great deal of pain. It's actually, you know, something that haunts you for the rest of your days, you know. And then also, I would say it affects me daily. It's
How
just
does it
like
affect you daily?
because I procrastinate daily. I don't know why I have like this.
What would you say are the top, I don't know, 2 or 3 things that you procrastinate daily on?
Just walking out of the house, getting out the door. That's like, you know, a pretty big challenge for me. Right now that we're in quarantine and we're not, there's all these rules about going places and whatever. It's challenging for me just to like be like, okay, it's okay. You can go to the grocery store, but like I'll put that off. And then we won't have food for a while. Sorry,
wow.
But you know, so it really does affect every aspect. And people don't understand, you know, they take it personal. They think it's, oh, you know, something about them or whatever, but it really comes internally. And I would love to fix the internal so that I don't have to always be.
Well, this is definitely going to do that. This is a very, very powerful process. Okay, your dad, getting out of the door. What else? So career.
Right.
So these are the different areas that you can look at. Career and money.
Mm-hmm.
How's procrastination showing up there?
Well, currently I made a choice to stop one of my main avenues of income and go more back into put my whole focus on real estate. And it's just really funny because I've just kind of been, I get it, it's a little there's a little bit more bumps that I need to get over in these times, but it's like I don't really know. I know that I can do it. I know that I've done it. I know that I'm proficient in it. I've helped many of people, but for some reason, for me, it's like I just freeze.
Career, money, family. Your dad is a great example. Relationships, near relationships, or intimate relationship, where procrastination shows up or has shown up.
I would say like I have friends that they expect a lot out of you, and like with every event and everything, like they expect you, and it's like, you know, maybe if I procrastinated on all this stuff and I have to catch up on things, and it's like, you know, then they get personally offended, and then now I'm dealing with an issue with them because it's like, oh, we wanted you here, but you didn't take care of the stuff, so now you have to go and do that instead of coming and playing with us or doing
So
that.
procrastination is actually also affects your ability to be there and enjoy opportunities and events and things and with friends.
Yeah.
Intimate relationship.
Intimate relationship.
Where procrastination is a problem or has been a problem. Typically, it shows up where someone's either not, or sometimes people stay in a relationship, or so maybe in the past where you know things are over, but you're still there, and or like it could have been a past relationship. But you know, intimate relationships in general, anything comes up.
So you mean by not knowing that you guys are not a good connection and still staying in it? Yeah, I've had that in my past for sure. Currently,
I think we all have, right? I've been there. I'm like, I think I'm 4 or 5 years overdue on this one. Yeah, it goes into prime concerns, right? Starting things, changing things, stopping things, which you learned. Some people are good at starting things. Some people are good at changing things. Some people are good at stopping things. Some people are worst at starting things. Some people are worst at changing things. Some people are worst at stopping things. So sometimes people are staying in a relationship that they know is not right. So that might have happened in the past. So let's move on from relationships and go to health and fitness. How about that area? She's like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's like, me? I mean,
yeah, I've had quite a bit of issues with health and fitness.
Okay, so tell us about procrastination in the context of health and fitness.
Run you through it, or just like an overview?
How's it showed up for you in the context of health and fitness?
I think I overwhelm myself, maybe like future tripping and like always thinking, and then I get into my head and then I think about all this stuff, and then it's like, oh, never mind, better not do it. Makes
sense.
So it's like just a lot going on, and it's like too much pressure, and it's like, okay, now I've overwhelmed
So would you
myself.
say you're taking care of your health and your fitness or not?
I mean, of course, especially during these times, I try to.
Okay.
But is it where I would like it to be, or where I think it would be like somewhere where it's impactful? No.
So perhaps the two biggest thing I think that you mentioned was the situation with your father and your family and the legal stuff, which you've been procrastinating on, and the other one is career and money, where you feel like I'm kind of paraphrasing, where you feel like you're able to have the solutions, you're able to help other people, but when it comes to you doing it, it's a challenge. So, and you said on a scale of 0 to 10, procrastination is a 10. So my next question to you is, well, first, is it okay for your unconscious mind for you to release and get rid of procrastination forever? At a neurological level, she's really happy right now. and for you to be aware of it consciously.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And the second question to you before we jump in and start is, how will you know when procrastination is completely gone?
I think I would know when I'm not sitting there thinking about what I need to do for longer than 10 minutes.
You'll know procrastination is gone when you're not sitting for longer than 10 minutes and thinking what to do.
Right, but not on every choice.
Not every choice. So like some choices, I was thinking about that. I was like, some choices are 10 seconds.
When I make faster choices.
5 seconds.
Faster choices.
Faster choices, yes. So how will you know while you're here in this process today, how will you know when procrastination is completely gone?
Maybe not feeling the weight.
So you feel weight? Do you have a piece of paper and pen? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to grab something real quick. I'll be right back. No, you grab something.
Second. There's a pen here.
Yes, God. Un peu du lot, as the French would say. Un peu du lot. So you definitely want to have a pad of paper and a pen. Thank you. So how you'll know is, so you said you have a weight.
Mm-hmm.
So how will you know when the procrastination is gone? What will happen to that weight? And where is the weight?
I would say it's in my head or like my whole body.
So you have a weight in your head and your whole body. Where in your head?
Well, like I would just say like in the top, and then it just feels like your whole, like you're just being crushed like between two rocks.
Write that down.
I like your handwriting. Or your cursive handwriting.
That's hilarious. She likes her handwriting. Wow.
Cursive.
This handwriting is, there's more to be desired. however say, writing fast. Okay, so crush, that makes sense though. That's consistent with what you're saying. Because, by the way, what emotion comes up with procrastination? When you say it causes you pain, what's the emotions that you feel as a result of your procrastination?
Anxious.
Anxious. So if that's anxious is anxiety, what else?
Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed. What else? Tired. Yes.
Yeah, after it all, it gets me tired.
So now, once it's gone, what will you feel instead?
Energy.
Energy. So really, that's the question. How will you know when procrastination is completely gone right now, isn't it? Like inside your body, not when you get out there and you start to see the behaviors change in a day or a week from now, but I mean, as we're done here in this chair, right here, right now, how will you know when it's completely gone?
Energy.
Energy. You'll feel energy. Where will you feel it?
All over my body.
All right. From the top of the head down the tips of the toes. Yes. Okay. Perfect. All right. Okay. So the very first thing we're going to do is design the chain. So I don't know if you can lean this way just real quick or that way. I'm going to pull this over to the side. No, you're good. You're good. Moving it over to the side slightly. So, and then if you lean this way slightly, well, it's going to be, you're perfect. If you see here, no, you're perfect. Oh, okay, we could do that too. Yeah.
Better?
That works, yeah. She's adjusting the stuff. Okay, so you've got procrastination, which is the undesired state. You have the first intermediary state, perfect. You have the second intermediary state, and then you have the final state, which is motivation. So it's very clear that we know the undesired state is procrastination. It's very clear that we know the final state, which is motivation. What we need to determine is what are the two intermediary states. Now remember, the first intermediary state can be an away from or a towards, and the second or the last intermediary state must be a towards. So we are now officially going to design the chain. So my question to you is, what gets you off of procrastination? Not what gets you off, but what gets you off? What gets you off? Period.
I like how you just always pause after.
Yeah. By the way, that's not done on purpose. By the way, did you catch that? Did you catch that? Did you catch that? So what gets you off of procrastination?
What gets me off of procrastination? Usually pain.
Pain. Okay. So, by the way, when you're here, you want to be patient. We want to make sure we're getting the intermediate states that passes all 5 criteria. And then we also want to make sure that that not only passes the 5 criteria, but that also that you flesh it out. What I mean by flesh it out, meaning that you make sure that oh, it's there. There's the ones in there. Yeah, you want to make sure that you have it's not how they're already doing it. Okay, so pain. So here's the question I ask. If pain is what gets you off of procrastination, and if it's what we would use as an intermediary state, it would mean that whenever you feel the pain, it's impossible for you to procrastinate. So that's my question. Have you ever procrastinated and then you had pain, but even with the pain there, you still kept procrastinating?
Yes.
I knew that answer was coming. That's why I say you've got to flesh it out, right? So pain sometimes may work, but pain is actually not the way you get off of procrastination. Pain is maybe one of the ways you still procrastinate. Even though you may not do it consistently. So my question to you is, what gets you off of procrastination that absolutely, when you go into that state, there is no freaking way that you procrastinate, you 100% move? That's the question.
When I decide to.
When you decide to. Okay. So when I decide to, what's the state? So when you decide to correct, you decide, you make a decision.
Assertive.
Assertive. Amazing. Let me ask you this. Are you saying that when you've procrastinated in the past, the moment you move into assertive, that in that emotion of assertive, in that state of assertive, are you saying that it's impossible for you to procrastinate? That's how you test it. What you do is you put them in the future state that they're saying is that gets them off of procrastination. And then you ask them, if you're in that future state, can you still procrastinate? So in other words, if they're saying assertive and you say, look, have you ever been assertive, but you still procrastinated? Then it won't work. It needs to be a state that will move them out of procrastination every single time. So can you be assertive? Can you be procrastinating, then move into a state of assertive, but yet still procrastinate? Is that possible?
I don't think so.
Okay. So we may have your intermediary state. What is the criteria? Number one, it must be what? Pass me that real quick, Monica, please. The last, yeah. It can be towards or away. Assertive is a towards, right? So it's a towards. Number two, what's the second criteria? Second criteria is it must have movement. Does assertive have movement for you?
Yes.
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 Number three, is it sufficiently intense?
Yeah, I get like frantic, and then I get.
Ooh, frantic.
Yeah.
You just said the word frantic. I'm just observing. Is it assertive that gets you off of procrastination, or is it frantic?
Well, frantic frantic starts it up, and then I'm assertive.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So is it, okay, so let me now, did you hear what she said? She said frantic gets it off, and then I become assertive. Okay. Yeah. So here's my question. What is the first intermediary? So this is procrastination. Then this is intermediary state 1. Then this is intermediary state 2. And this is motivation. So when you procrastinate, what gets you off of procrastination? Is it frantic first, or is it assertive? Frantic. Okay, frantic. So tell me about frantic. Frantic, is it moving you towards your vision or moving you away from what you don't want? Is it moving forward energy, or is it moving away from energy? I sense what it is.
Away from energy, but it helps me my way of doing stuff.
Right, it's away from energy, but it helps you, sorry.
Yes.
And away from energy, but it helps you. So what we're discovering then is that she may have a first intermediary state that is frantic, that's an away from.
Mm-hmm.
It's away from what? Frantic, away from something that you
that I need to accomplish?
Well, yeah, frantic. To me, frantic is not necessarily exactly fear, but it is. It's like, could be like panic, could be like panic. Okay. Mm-hmm. So clearly, an away from energy. So let me ask you this. I want to make sure frantic is solid. Can you be procrastinating, go into frantic, but yet still procrastinate?
No.
Okay. So that's number one. Number two, it's an away from, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Does it have movement? When you're frantic, does it get you to move?
Yeah, I cannot sit when I'm frantic.
Okay. So first thing she said is, I can't be frantic and still procrastinate. So it really does get you off of procrastination. Number two, it has movement because you can't sit still. So it gets you moving. Number three, is it intense enough to get you moving through the chain? You said, obviously, yes, because you can't keep still. Number four, is it self-initiated, self-maintained? In other words, does anybody need to say anything or do anything for you to feel frantic? Or is it all internal? You can get there on your own.
I can get there.
Okay. And number five, the last criteria, we might have actually found the first intermediate state. The last one is this. Is it how you're doing procrastination already? My understanding, I mean, I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask you. Is frantic the way you're already doing procrastination?
By getting out of it?
By staying in it?
No.
No, correct. We know it's not the way she's doing it already because you just said,
Right.
When you procrastinate, when you get frantic, you have to move.
Right. Because when I procrastinate, I just feel the weight, I get overwhelmed, and I do nothing.
You just got the first intermediate state just like that. So frantic, right? I'm gonna draw this out nice for us all to see, right? Procrastination. I can draw better square. She wants to be motivated. And right now she's procrastinating, right? And she said frantic, F, frantic. How do I spell frantic? I think frantic like that. So she's frantic. Okay? We know that it works because it gets you off of procrastination every time. We know that it's an away from, which is okay for the first intermediate state. We know that that it has movement to it because you said you can't sit still. We know that it's sufficiently intense because you said you can't sit still. We know that it's self-initiated, self-maintained because it doesn't rely on anybody else to get you to that place. And we know that it's not the way you're already procrastinating because you said you can't procrastinate when you're frantic. So great. So next question is, what gets you off of frantic? We're no longer talking about procrastination. I want you to think of now you're frantic. What gets you off of frantic?
Yes, sir.
Moving you to.
Sorry, I kind of already said it before.
She said it before. Right. And by the way, can I be honest with you? Very rarely, I'm not going to say very rarely, it's possible. This has gone much easier, simpler, and faster than it usually goes.
Fine.
Yes, just so that you know. It takes a little more digging, usually. So this is perfect. You're like,
Does that mean I did it right?
She did it right. What I'm saying is, in all my time doing this, very rarely in the first 5 minutes does the person give you 2 words that are actually the legit words that flesh out and work. So before I write down assertive, I want to just check the criteria. So you said you procrastinate. What gets you off of procrastination is being frantic. Then you said what gets you off of frantic you think is assertive. So I want to make sure that assertive is right before we put it in there. Is it possible for you to be assertive, to be in a state of assertive, but still feel or still be frantic?
And still be frantic? Well, the assertive is the remedy for the frantic. See, I'll continue being frantic until I'm assertive.
Perfect. So now that you're assertive, you said the assertive is remedy for the frantic, correct? Is it possible for you to be frantic, then you're assertive, which is remedy for a frantic, but while you're assertive, you still feel frantic? Or are they different, completely different states? Can they coexist? In other words, can you still be assertive? Can you be assertive and still be stuck in frantic? See how I'm asking that? This is what you do. You need to really check that the state that's coming next, that they're in that state and they're not still in that state while still stuck in the past state, the state before it. Because if she's assertive, but she's still frantic, then she's not really off of frantic in assertive. She's on assertive and still frantic. We want to make sure you're moving the chain forward. You're not moving this chain forward, but you're still stuck in the past part of the chain.
So I would say I procrastinate on a lot of things. And usually it's like multiple things that I'm being frantic about. So like if I'm being frantic about, let's say there was like 10 things I procrastinated on. So then I start getting frantic and like, I need to take care of this stuff. So then I do one. I'm not frantic about the one that I've already done. I'm frantic about all the other ones I haven't done. Does that make sense?
So it's possible, my assessment, paraphrasing what you're saying, it's possible that you could be assertive on something, but still be frantic on something else.
Yes.
So I think we're good, but I will check one more thing. I'm more focused on the thing that you're procrastinating on, that you now became frantic about, then you then transition to assertive. Can you still be frantic about that thing?
No.
So we're going to be very clear. She's saying that once she goes from procrastination to frantic, and she said the remedy for frantic is assertive. She's saying that she can't be assertive, but yet still be stuck in frantic. At least not on that one thing.
Right.
Just before I write this in, because I think it will work, is there anything else? Let me just look at the ecology. Ecology is making sure that this is good for all aspects. Is it possible that you could have a state as the second intermediary state, that when you go into that state of whatever it is, that you're no longer frantic on anything? I'm just checking. Is there another state other than assertive that you would get to, that while you're in that state, you can't be frantic about anything else? Not even the thing you're focused on, or even on anything else?
Is there a state, I suppose,
that gets you off of frantic, that when you get into that state, it removes frantic on all the other shit? Pardon my French. Yeah, this is technical, and it's okay. By the way, you wouldn't even need to go this far with the way I am. I'm doing this because I've done this 1,000 times, and as an expert, I'm always searching for the difference that makes the difference. I'm always searching for that, that I go that extra mile. So if you want to do that, like I'm doing, you can, but you don't have to. I would say you do have to go the extra mile all the time.
What about excitement?
Okay, so let me check. If you're, are you saying that excitement gets you off of frantic?
No, I guess not.
Oh, it doesn't.
No.
So what gets you off of frantic? Other than assertive, that is so all-encompassing that it moves you off of feeling frantic on anything.
Feeling love.
You know what's really weird? I heard that word 5 minutes ago.
Really?
I heard that word coming from you 5 minutes ago. And then you said it. Let me check. Are you saying that one of the things that gets you off of frantic is love? But here's the thing, love, is that a moving? Is that a mood? Does it, I know it may be intense, I know it may be towards, is it, well, first, is it intense enough, sufficiently intense, and I'm sure it is. Does it have movement though?
No.
Assertive, does assertive have movement?
Yes.
Assertive has movement, but love does not have movement.
Right. Well, expressions of love.
Certain expressions of love have movement. Yes.
Yes.
But we're talking about doing the other step.
Yeah.
We're talking about, yeah, correct. We're talking about doing the court stuff. We're talking about maybe, the career stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
assertive.
Assertive. So we're back to assertive. Okay, I'm almost about to write assertive in, but I just want to, I'm a perfectionist. Just want to make sure there's nothing else out there. What else gets you off of frantic besides assertive? I know assertive gets you off of frantic, and it will remove the frantic feeling on the thing that you're working on and make you feel fully assertive. Meanwhile, you might have frantic stuff going on with other things. Is there anything else that gets you off of frantic, moving you towards motivation, that will not allow for you to feel frantic on anything? Not only the thing you're working on, but on anything else. Like it's so powerful, it's so there that it gets you just moving into action and you're not even thinking about frantic on anything.
Purpose?
Let me ask you this. Are you saying that one of the things that gets you off of frantic, because it's not the only thing, but one of the things that gets you off of frantic is purpose?
Yes.
Yes. Let me ask you this. When you are in purpose, can you still be frantic?
I think it just feels good, right? Because it's like you're doing, even if it is like, let's say you have some sort of, you don't feel it or take it in the same way. You
Right,
just
so
think,
if
oh
you're-
man, I have a lot of energy.
So if you're in purpose, can you still feel frantic? Can you still be in the frantic state if you're on purpose or you feel purpose? If you're in that purpose state, can you still feel the frantic state?
No, I don't think so.
So we now got one other option here, purpose. Now my question to you is, let's contrast assertive and purpose. When you get to purpose, when you get to assertive, you say, I won't feel frantic on the thing I'm working on, but I could feel frantic on other stuff. So what about purpose? When you get to the purpose, can you feel frantic on anything else?
No, I don't think.
I think we just upgraded.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is big. This is very big.
Yeah.
Very, very big. This is awesome. So I want to check one more time. Are you saying that when you're frantic and the remedy for frantic is assertive, you will no longer be frantic on that thing, but you could possibly be frantic about other things? Whereas when it comes to purpose, as purpose is also what gets you off of frantic. But once you go into purpose, you no longer feel frantic on anything in that moment, in that time. Okay. Before I write purpose down, let's check. Is purpose moving towards or moving away?
Towards.
Remember, the second to last has to be a towards. The second to last intermediary state has to be a towards, yes? So we know it's a towards, so it passes that. Number two, does it have movement? Does purpose have movement?
I believe so.
Absolutely, yeah. Number three, is it sufficiently intense?
Yes.
You could add a word to purpose, like totally purposeful or really purposeful, like, or you could just keep the word purpose. Like you can add a word to give it more oomph if you choose to. And if you want to, what would that word be? Or you want to just keep it as purpose. But whatever word you add to it cannot change the meaning, the feeling, the state. It just would make that same state more intense.
I like to leave it as
Purpose, okay. So sufficient intense, towards, is it self-initiated, self-maintained? Does anybody or anything outside of you do you need any outside influence for you to get to that purpose, or is that internal?
Or I'm like a little unsure of my why and stuff, so maybe.
Okay, so that's another thing. We're going to do that. We'll do that today.
Yeah.
We're going to do that today. I don't want to convolute this process of, I don't want to go off the script because I want you to learn how to do this process. But when she said getting to understand my why and so forth, that is an opportunity for you, if you're working with someone, for you to help them discover their why. The why that makes you cry, right? Your why that gets you out of bed in the morning, your why, your purpose for living, your purpose for being. Just to take a few seconds on that. If you were to say, Are you spiritual?
I am.
Okay, perfect. If your creator could be, call it creator, call it God, call it Jesus, call it Lord, call it universe, call it infinite intelligence. Someone may be watching it who's part of another religion, Buddha or Christian or Islam. So whatever your creator is, in your case, whatever your creator is for you, one of the questions Oprah asked is, what does your creator want for you? So if you were to think for a few seconds what your creator wants for you in the context of your purpose, obviously your creator probably wants you to be happy, wants you to experience love, and certainly those things are your purpose as well. But in the context of what your purpose is, which some may say your gift to the world, what you bring to the world, what you can do for others, how you can serve others, and how you were uniquely created to bring light and share that with others. What would that purpose be? If you were to take a moment to think, what does your creator want for you? Or what does your creator want for you to give to your brothers and sisters around the world? Meaning everybody that's a soul, that's here, that's on this earth right here, what would your creator say is Bianca's purpose for the world? Or purpose, it could be your purpose for yourself, and that's okay too. It's okay to have it for you to be just for you too.
I mean, I have natural gifts of like connecting with people and understanding and feeling the emotion. Maybe something in that.
Connecting with people.
Right. And that could be all walks of life. I don't necessarily, you could take it into therapy or into speaking or.
I've had some experience with you, right? With Veronica. We went to, not too long ago, to your office. And what I sensed from just watching you in a professional environment was, and I, to be honest, was very impressed with it too, was I sensed leadership. I sensed you're very on it. You're very committed. When you're committed to something, maybe more committed to that thing than maybe in yourself. Like, we don't know, right? Mm-hmm. But you seem to be very high D, very results driven. You seem to be social too, and you seem to be I would say pretty aggressive about getting stuff done, which is that's the beauty of it. That's the dichotomy of it, right? Because you have a high D energy, which, if you know D, right, disc, dominance, I, influence, S, steadiness, C, compliance. You can take come to us and ask us to take a test, a behavioral assessment, which will show you if you're a high D or high I, high S, or high C, and you're a high D. Right. So you are results oriented. And they're also, the high Ds are also known as controllers. D for dominance, but they're also controllers. So not a bad, I'm a high D too, I'm a controller too. It just goes to show that someone could be a high D and a controller and still have a procrastination problem. I had one for 33 years. So I get it. Okay, so purpose. It's self-initiated, self-maintained, correct?
Yes.
You don't need anybody else's input.
Nope.
Okay, and it's not what you're doing already.
No.
You're not living on purpose already.
No, I'm not.
And the reason why I went on this slight tangent was you said, I want to know my why. And we just took a few seconds there because, I truly believe when you're doing transformation, you can stick to what you're doing and never digress, true. But it also makes sense as a surgeon, when you go in and you're doing a routine surgery, if you happen to see something that's right there, you might as well just take care of it.
Yeah.
You don't just sew them up and say, hey, come back and I'm gonna open you up again to take care of what I could have taken care of when I was right there. So your purpose may have something to do with connecting. If I can share with you, leading, what I get, inspiring, and helping people. And the question would be, how specifically? And that's, you're a pretty young woman. You have, I don't think I even knew my purpose till I was 33. 33 years old is when I woke up. So I don't know what age you are, but I'm assuming you're younger than that. So you're in the right process. I'll just say that. Okay, so I'm going to write down purpose down because it meets the criteria. It's not what you're doing right now. Okay, so that's her chain. She right now is procrastinating. What gets her off of procrastination is frantic. She can't be frantic and still procrastinate. That's how you know it really gets her off. Then what gets her off of frantic is purpose. We know that she can't feel purpose and still be frantic. She even said, if we use the word assertive here, she even said that she could feel no longer frantic on that one thing, but she could feel frantic on other things. Whereas when she said purpose, she said it removes frantic off of everything in that moment, in that time. So that's what really gets you off of frantic towards purpose. And then finally, what gets you off of purpose, moving you to motivation, is motivation. Would you agree that purpose moves you into motivation? It motivates you?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the last thing. What gets you off of purpose? Would you say motivation gets you off purpose? What I'm sensing is purpose is such a big word that it might even supersede motivation.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of tongue-tied right there.
It still works because when you're purposeful, does that motivate you?
Yes.
Yeah. But what we're saying is this is such an intense word for her that it's almost even more intense than motivation. However, if we use this purpose, it still motivates you. That's the main thing. Being purposeful, does it still lead to more motivation? Yeah, okay, perfect. So that's it. We've designed the chain. We designed the chain. So what just happened is what's typical. Remember I said when she gave you the first two words, I'm like, wow, this is fast. Then you see what just happened after that. We took another 10 minutes to flush things out. So this is normal. This took about, I think, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The thing is, designing the chain takes a little longer than the actual, the rest of the process, because you want to make sure you're designing a chain that really works. You don't want to give them a chain that's not going to work. You don't want to install a strategy or install a chain that's how they're already procrastinating, because you'll give them more ways to procrastinate. So you want to be patient. So write down the word patient. You want to be patient to find out these. Okay, so we are now officially ready to start the process. And who's excited? Who's excited? Oh my gosh, you guys are all excited. I see Aspen. Aspen's like, bring it, bring it, bring it. Is it all right for you to experience emotions? Because you will definitely experience emotions in this process.
Oh, yes, fine.
I'm not saying you'll cry, you might, but just when you're getting fully associated, I want you to ignore Kaya. I don't exist. This doesn't exist. Nothing exists. I want you Veronica and I, want you so much to get the most powerful breakthrough for a selfish reason. Everybody will go, oh my gosh, what happened to Bianca, right? Literally, they'll go, what happened to Bianca? You'll be like, what happened to me? Wow. That it's going to create such a ripple effect. For that, all you do is just allow yourself to experience fully what emotions you feel. Don't hold back. Nothing here exists. This is private, closed group anyway. And you just fully associate and allow it to be whatever it is, right? I will say this, if through the procrastination, if some emotions come up, just know that's very temporary. By the time we finish the process, those will be gone and you'll be sailing very, very high, very well. Okay, let's do it. So you want to get your script. Here's your script. Okay? You will find this script. You actually really don't need this specific sheet because I've written everything up. As long as you've written down everything I've written on these sheets, you have everything here. But this is the sheet that's also in your advanced certification program binder that puts everything in these sheets all on one sheet. But again, you don't need the sheet to do this process because you already know what anchoring is. If you read the tape, you already know the steps. You already know the script from last week, which is, can you remember a time? Can you remember a time when you were totally whatever? As you go back to that time, drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of. So you already know that script, and then you're going to do this process. So number one, get in rapport. We have rapport. How do you know we have rapport? I don't know. Just a feeling. Yes. Rapport means there is a responsiveness that happens. It's not about liking someone. You can actually have rapport with someone and like him or not like him. Rapport is to do with responsiveness, getting a result. So in a moment, I'm going to do a process called chaining anchors. Ask permission. And it will necessitate that I touch you on the knuckles. Don't say it will necessitate that I touch you. You don't want to use those words. Touch you on the knuckles. Otherwise, you know. So, and you would put it right here, just like that. And we can see that pretty good. If you move your arm back, you can just relax your arm. You can sit back in your chair. You can be comfortable. You're perfect. You're perfect just right there. That's that. You're good to go. If you were to twist this way, there we go, like that would be perfect. So then it's square, because if you do it like this, if you see here, it's at an angle, they can't really, yeah, so this is perfect. But I want you to be comfortable. This is going to be there for a while, so you can literally just, yeah, like rest it. You're perfect. Okay. So clearly define the undesirable state. We know it's procrastination, yes? And decide the positive resource state or resourceful state. And we know that's motivation. So procrastination is here. It's going to be on the first knuckle. Motivation is on the last knuckle, right? Which is going to be right here. And then we have two intermediary states. And we know that one of them is frantic. And the second one is going to be what? Who remembers? Who remembers? Purpose, yes. So we know we've designed the chain. So now we're going to anchor them. So I want you to think about, in a moment, we're going to go into each state. We're going to anchor them 5 times. We're going to break state between each 5. We're going to test it to make sure it's solid. We're going to break state, and then we're going to anchor that 5 times, and we're going to do the process all the way through, testing each part of the way. And then when we're done, we're going to break state, and we're going to chain them, and then we're going to ask you, what do you feel at the very end? So it'll be a very powerful process. Drink lots of water before you do this process because you want to have good vocal cords. You want to have good vocal cords. What is one of the most important aspects of anchoring is getting into the state that you want the client to get into. Meaning, I'm going to go into the state that she's going to go into. Why? Because you are a state inducer. So in other words, if I go, can you remember a time you're really motivated? As you go back to a time when you're really motivated, that's not going to motivate her, right? So you got to get into that state. You want her to get in that state, you get into that state. All right. Okay, so I'm going to put my leg there so I can get a good angle. All right. Now remember the process of anchoring. Maybe I should have it here. Remember this? You have your wrist. You have your hand on your wrist. So I'm going to be focusing more on her. You don't want to be focusing on the knuckles and getting your finger right on the knuckles, because if you're focused on that, you're not using your what? You're not using your sensory acuity, which is your ability to see when she goes into the state for each one of those things. You've got to focus on her. What are you looking at? Remember, you're looking at her skin color, blood coming in through her face. You're looking at the skin tonus, right? The muscle movements in the face, symmetrical or asymmetrical. You're looking at the breathing. Is it high, medium, or low? Is it fast or slow? You're looking at the lower lip. Is the lower lip getting engorged? Or is it, I know it's strange. She starts looking at her lip. Is it getting engorged? Is there blood coming in the lower lip and it's getting engorged? Or is the lower lip shrinking? If it's shrinking, you're going to see the blood come out of the lower lip and you're going to see multiple lines in the lip. And what about the eyes? Are they focused? Are they defocused? Are they dilated, big, or undilated, small? So you're using your sensory acuity to see when she goes into the state and when she hits a peak and when she's coming off the peak, so you can let the hand go. If you're staring at the knuckles, there's no way you can see the state. You cannot be staring at the knuckles. You have to focus on the face. So in order to do that, you must position your hand and your wrist and your finger such that it takes care of everything. Pause, someone's trying to call. Hold on, you guys. Yeah, I can. I just have to walk out and touch it. That's fine. It will stop momentarily. Just say no to the call. End call. Just click end.
Maybe it's just highlighted your other phone because you have two. This one?
Oh, different phone. Yeah. Bianca. It's a different phone. She's like, it's not that phone, it's this phone. All right, we're back. Sorry about the interruption. So we want to focus here. So what you're doing is you're going to put, this is my leg, you're going to put your arm on your own leg, position it, and you're going to put your hand that's doing, the finger that's doing the anchoring, you're going to put that on your wrist. So this is stuck to here. This is stuck to here. So all I need to do is raise up, raise down, raise up, raise down. And the whole time I can focus on you. Okay? I've been talking for a while. All right. Start over. Is it right for us to release and remove procrastination forever?
Yes.
For you to be aware of it consciously. Number one. Number two. How will you know when it's completely gone right now, isn't it?
Feeling energized.
And where will you feel that in your body?
All over.
She will feel it all over. Okay, cool. All right. So we're going to anchor procrastination 5 times. Okay. So can you remember a time when you were, can you remember a time when you were procrastinating?
Yes.
Can you remember a specific time?
Yes.
Can you go back to that time now?
Yes.
Can you drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that procrastination? Fully down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that procrastination. Okay, clear screen. Clear screen, all right. Can you remember another time? By the way, did you see her go into the state? You can see it instantly, right? Her eyes. Can you remember another time when you were procrastinating?
Yes.
Can you remember a specific moment?
Yes.
Can you go back to that time now? Drop down into your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. And fully feel the feelings of the procrastination. And all the emotions that come with it, all the all the stuff that comes with maybe the frustration, maybe the just self-judgment, maybe the anger, maybe whatever comes up with it. Clear screen. Well, that was a big one. She's still in it. She just came off the peak, but she's still in it. Okay, clear screen. And by the way, don't feel like the camera doesn't exist. Don't feel like you have to. If you generally feel like smiling between, you can. Don't feel like you could care less about what anybody thinks right now, let alone me. Have your own experience. There's nobody here. It's just you.
Okay.
I don't exist. Cameron, nothing exists but Bianca and her world, right?
Okay.
You're doing perfect. I'm just giving you that additional permission to just be free of what experience and what you experience. Okay, clear screen. Can you think of, let's go with the biggest one. Can you think of the biggest, the 10 or the 12 or the 20 out of 10 time in your life when you were really or totally procrastinating and it caused you the biggest amount of whatever, pain or regret or whatever? Can you remember a specific time?
I do.
Can you go back to that time now? Drop down into your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. And it's okay. Let it flow. Hear what you heard. And fully feel the feelings of that. Fully feel the feelings of procrastinating. Fully feel the impact of your procrastinating on your life, on your goals, on your dreams, on your potential. Fully feel the feelings. Good job, clear screen. You did really, 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 really well though. You're just going there. Yeah, just go for it. Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Go for it. We're now associating. So yes, I told you just for a few moments, it's gonna be uncomfortable for some people. Not everybody, for many people, uncomfortable. When I did this with Jeff McGrail, he cried through the whole process. As you guys know, you guys love Jeff. When I did this process, I cried through the whole process because there's regret, there's a lot of stuff that comes with it. So clear screen, congratulations. Just go all the way, go all the way. It's just going to give you an even greater transformation. Can you remember clear screen? Can you remember another time, maybe in another area of your life that also was big, that also you have big procrastination, you had big procrastination. Can you remember another time? As she's thinking a second, you don't put your finger down because she hasn't even thought of the state. So that's why you listen, you watch, and you observe. Notice my hand and my finger hasn't even moved. I don't even need to look at my finger. I can totally focus on her. Can you think of another time? Biggest procrastination in your life, maybe in another area of your life. Or it could be the same area. The one that's most intense. You could literally pick the same one if it's legitimately the most intense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you remember a specific moment?
Yes.
Go back to that time now. Drop down into your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. And fully feel the feelings of procrastination. Fully feel from the top of your head, tips of your toe, every single cell, just fully feeling that procrastination. What you were saying to yourself, what you saw, what you heard, what you felt. The impact, the experience, and the aftermath. I held on to that one longer. Why? I went all the way up to the 15 seconds. I didn't count it exactly, but it's roughly around there. Because she kept going deeper and deeper into it. So you hold your finger. As long as it keeps getting intenser and intenser, not that that's a word, you're going to continue to anchor it. Okay, clear screen. One more. Is that a fourth one? That was the fourth one.
First there was a 10th one.
And there was a fourth one. There's one more. There's one more. All right. Can you think of one more? So you cleared screen, yes? Think of another time where you were absolutely procrastinating, maybe in a completely different area of your life, or maybe in the same area with the intensity, whatever you choose, whatever's the most intense.
Okay.
Do you remember a specific time?
Yes.
Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and really feel the feelings of procrastination. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that procrastination. The feeling that gives you in your body, in your gut, the crushing feeling between your head, like your head between two rocks, that feeling of compression and just like. Clear screen. Okay, so we just did 5. We're gonna clear screen. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Nothing.
She had nothing. You had some beef and stew or something.
Oh, yes.
Some Veronica stew you had. So are you in a neutral state right now as you think of the stew?
Yes, I like that stew a lot.
She actually liked the stew a lot.
Good job, Rose.
It might be the stew that she cooks. I'm curious, what happens when I do this? What happens when I test this anchor? What do you think is going to happen when I test that anchor?
I don't know.
Okay, what happens when I put my finger on that?
I mean, I feel a little anxious. It feels uncomfortable. I don't like it.
Okay.
Is there something else?
No, you're good. I'm just testing it. Let's make it a little stronger. Okay, clear screen. You're doing good.
Okay.
So when we test it, we want to see that you have that state comes back in. That state of procrastination, the feelings that you were feeling.
Okay.
That's what a solid anchor would be. It's perfect because this is good. You get to see how you test it too. Okay, clear screen. Let's stack it a couple more times. I want to make sure it's really intense when I test it. Clear screen. Can you think of another time or the same time? A specific time, specific moment.
A different one.
Different one or the same one. Another time when you were really procrastinating, where you just, it's making you the compression, the feeling of just having that.
I got it.
Specific time, drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that procrastination. Fully feel the feelings that feeling of procrastinating. I'm just not doing anything. I'm just stuck. I'm just there. I'm just dying. Just killing me. Just like, come on already. Just like, God, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Pressure, emotion, just, ugh. Screen. Okay, we'll do one more. I'm going to go there with you. Oh my gosh. Can you think of another time? Can you think of another time when you were procrastinating where it caused you so much pain? Specific time? Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings and all the emotions that comes with it. When that time you are really procrastinating, all the feeling that you felt, that just tired of it, tired of myself, tired of it, tired of this, tired of my freaking behavior, tired of my lack of a freaking behavior. I'm just freaking tired of it. But yet I'm still not freaking doing anything. I'm still complaining about it. Clear screen. So what's a movie that you saw that was just okay? You watched it, it was okay, it wasn't great, wasn't terrible. Would you recommend it? Not really, it wasn't bad, it was just okay. Or a dinner or a restaurant you ate at, it's like, just okay. The experience was just okay.
I would say Boathouse.
Boathouse, okay. Richard Branson's place.
Yeah. The food's not great.
Food's not great, yeah.
But
But
you
it's
get to meet Richard Branson.
You get to meet Richard Branson, okay. So I'm curious, I'm gonna test this now. We've stacked it a couple more times. What happens when I do this? What do you feel when I press on that procrastination anchor?
I feel the pressure.
Feel the pressure. So are you feeling this much stronger now? She doesn't even need to tell you. You can see by her physiology, her face, right? Okay, we have a solid anchor there. Okay, clear screen. I'm gonna do just one more on this one. Clear screen, because I think, yeah, your heat, yes.
Right.
But that's what's gonna happen. You're moving around energy in your body, and you're gonna heat up and you may cool down, and you're gonna go through a process. One more.
Okay.
Time when maybe you were in the mirror looking at yourself and just so whatever emotion, so angry with yourself, so frustrated with yourself, maybe cuss, I don't even know if you've done that, cussing yourself in the mirror that for not knowing better and not taking action and not whatever. I had that moment for me looking in the mirror as a young person and just, yes. Or another event, another memory.
Mm-hmm.
Can you remember a specific time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of maybe that disgust, that regret, that procrastination that has led to all the emotions you were feeling in that moment. Fully feel it. Fully feel all the emotions around that procrastination from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, every cell fully associated feeling it. Good job. Good job. Clear screen. Good job. I've gone a little further with her, just so that you guys know, because I have a lot of experience in this. You don't necessarily need to do more than 5 times. I just noticed something that I wanted to make sure it was even more intense. So went there a little bit more. Don't feel that you need to do it more unless you test it and it doesn't seem like it fires off quite what you thought it was. And now what we tested, it was pretty solid, but I'm sure it's even more solid now. I'm curious, what happens when I do this? What do you feel?
I feel the same like self beat up and things that I do to myself when I procrastinate. I don't feel good.
Okay, good job. Clear screen. That's a solid anchor. Let me tell you, anything less than that is not a solid anchor. Not everybody cries. So wherever they are at, their level of intensity. So some people are more non-demonstrative of emotion, so you need to gauge it. But with you, I know that this is, you've hit the mark now. Okay, clear screen. Okay, so what'd you have for breakfast? You had the stew and it was good.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she had good stew. So now you don't need to do this, but I'm gonna do this. You could use the same finger and go from knuckle to knuckle, just using with the same finger that you used. An advanced way of doing this is you can use the first finger for the first knuckle, second finger for the second knuckle, third finger for the third knuckle, fourth finger for the fourth knuckle. Why would you might want to do that? Because remember, anchoring has also to do with the uniqueness of the touch. So every finger has a slightly different touch, which makes the anchor more unique. And also you can vary the pressure when you hold the finger down to create more uniqueness of that anchor. So you might want to hold the pressure of the anchor consistent with the word. So procrastination, it's like boom. The next one could be whatever the energy of that word is, you can apply more pressure, apply less pressure with your finger to that knuckle based upon what you feel from that word. Okay, clear screen? So the second state is frantic. We use the second finger here, right? This one now. Can you remember a time, Bianca, when you were frantic?
Yes.
Can you remember a specific time?
Yes.
She's like, dang, all the time. All right, can you go back to that time right now?
Yes.
Drop down into your body. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being frantic. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being frantic. Frantic, that edginess, that's can't sit still, that get up and that gotta go, that gotta move, can't do this, gotta go, that frantic. Okay, clear screen. Okay, Bianca, can you think of another time? Well, I'm feeling the energy here in my wrist. Can you think of another time when you felt that frantic? By the way, you notice I'm taking my finger and I'm moving it a little bit because it's frantic. Not moving off the knuckle, I'm still on the knuckle, but I'm just microscopic movements. Can you think of another time when you were really, by the way, do you prefer the word really or totally or just frantic by itself?
Completely.
Completely. Yes, so not really, not totally, completely. Can you remember a time when you were completely frantic, like just losing it, just gotta go, gotta get out, gotta move, can't sit still, gotta go. Can you remember a time like that? Yes?
Yeah.
Drop down into your body. See what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel the feelings of being frantic. Can't sit still, gotta go, gotta move, gotta go. I can't, I got to move. I gotta go. Just go. Get in the state. Frantic, complete frantic. Gotta just move, gotta go. Okay, good job. Clear screen. Can you remember another time when you were completely frantic? Maybe the biggest one you've ever experienced in your whole life, where you were at like code red frantic.
Mm-hmm.
Code red frantic, complete frantic. Do you remember a specific moment?
Yeah.
Okay, drop down into your body. See what you saw, hear what you heard. Fully feel the feelings of being completely frantic, code red frantic. Gotta get up, gotta go, gotta get off the couch, gotta open the door, gotta walk in the room, gotta make it happen, gotta go, no freaking choice, gotta get this, just gotta go. Good job. That was intense. She's still on that one. Clear screen. You can use the same one if you want to or a different one. Time when you were at the peak of frantic. Beyond frantic on steroids, frantic, 1,000. You remember a specific time? Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel the feelings of being completely frantic. Notice the breathing in the chest, completely frantic. Notice that fast breathing in the higher part of her chest. That's the sensory acuity that you have. You're able to notice that completely frantic, breathing, yes. And the emotion just comes with it. Doesn't feel comfortable, but it gets you off the procrastination state. It is better because it gets you off at least the procrastination state. This is why it's okay to anchor and away from state, because at least it still gets you off and gets you moving. Okay, clear screen. Okay, 2 more. Second to last one. Can you remember another time? I'm thinking we're at about 5, I'm guessing. Can you think of another time? Wow, you got a lot of these frantic things. They're right there. Can you think of another time?
I just had 2 birthdays and I have more. So yeah, I had some.
So you had some just back to back. Do you remember a specific time? Completely frantic. Frantic where you're missing flights, you're missing this, you're just going and you're rushing, you're sweating, you're just like running like Will Smith in that movie where you're like trying to catch the train, you're trying to just survive, and you're just like you're doing everything you can just to get out of where you're at. You remember a time like that? Complete survival mode or frantic mode or whatever that looks like for you.
Yes.
Do you remember that time? Specific time? Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of being frantic, edgy, I can't sit still, gotta go, gotta move, don't even know where the heck I'm going. But anything's better than just sitting here and procrastinating anymore. I'm moving, I gotta go. That's right. Breathing in the same place in the upper chest, breathing faster, intensity, yes. And it is a bit painful for sure, or a lot painful for sure. Okay, perfect. Clear the screen. Last one. Time in your life. Yes, movement's happening, yes. Time in your life when you felt really, totally, completely frantic beyond measure, maybe in a different area of your life even.
Okay.
Got it? Specific moment?
Mm-hmm.
Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel the feelings. You can see this is a solid anchor. She's in there. Fully feel the feelings of being totally, completely frantic, like running, like chasing, like going, like running, anywhere but there, any freaking where but there. I'm running, I'm just going, I'm running. Good job. Clear screen. So what was that restaurant again? The boathouse. I'm curious, but what happens when I fire off this anchor? What do you think is going to happen if I fire off that anchor? What happens? What are you feeling when I fire off that anchor?
I feel like my heart racing and like head pounding, and I feel like ants or uneasiness throughout my entire body.
Clear screen. Good. See how I broke state, talk about a restaurant, and then I went and fired it off. And she even went from smiling and laughing, she went right back into that frantic state. That tells you have a solid anchor. Clear screen. Now we get to that positive stuff. Yay! This hand, high five. Yay. Okay, purpose. Something she has not been feeling too much of, that we're gonna anchor that in her life. This is gonna totally change her life. Okay, now I'm using a third finger for the third knuckle. Again, you can use the same finger, no big deal, but an advanced way of doing this is you would use the different finger for the different knuckle. Okay, so this one for here. Now, can you remember a time when you felt, and by the way, remember, you're not only looking for past memories, sometimes a current state. They can remember something from a current state that they're feeling. So can you remember a time when you felt purposeful? What word do you want to put before purposeful? You want to just use, oh, you did say it was just purpose. I remember. Mm-hmm. So purpose. Can you remember a time when you felt purpose?
Yes.
You can remember a specific moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you drop down to that memory? Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of purpose. There you go. Very good. Very good. You see a lot of emotion coming through with purpose. That actually means she's very purposeful. Maybe she hasn't given herself credit for it in the past up until now, but she is very, very purposeful. She may not be doing as much as she wants to be doing with it, but you can see that it's there. As the tear rolls down her cheek, you can see that the purpose is there. We're going to then channel that for her achievement, her goals, her dreams, and desires. Okay, clear screen. Very, very good, Bianca. You are doing absolutely freaking amazing. Okay, clear screen, purpose. Can you remember another time when you felt purpose? You can?
Hold on, give me a minute.
Yeah, see, hold on, give me a minute, meaning you don't just, you wait. Patience, gotta be patient. Time in your life when you felt purpose. It could have been when you were a kid, it could have been in school, it could have been in sports, it could have been helping a kid, it could have been some philanthropy, it could have been spiritual, it could have been towards a relationship, it could have been anything that has clean energy. Of course, it's got to be clean energy.
Thank you.
Yeah? She's like, damn, thank you.
That helped me.
That helped you? Good.
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
Can you think of any other time when you felt purpose that has clean energy?
Mhm.
As you go back to that time, drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of purpose. Purpose, direction, conviction. With that comes all the emotions that purpose comes with. It feels good. It feels purposeful. You feel proud. You feel excited. You feel like you are in your flow. You feel like you're fulfilling your potential and your destiny. You're fulfilling why you are here in the first place. It feels freaking amazing. And it feels, you feel gratitude. Sharing your light, sharing your gifts with the world. Yes. You may see, you may not see the upper lip shivering a little bit, right? This is shivering a little bit as you're getting to the symmetrical and asymmetrical movements in the face. Awesome. Clear screen. Like she's on that wave for a while. Clear screen. This is big for you. Purpose.
I don't mind doing longer.
Yeah, this one, yeah. I did the other ones longer too because I really needed to dissociate you, which is part of the reason why you had the problem in the first place. I'm speaking past tense because she's getting rid of the problem. I believe because you were dissociated from the old stuff, which is the reason why I know I felt uncomfortable. We needed to go and do it again and again and again, which is good. You're in a very good place now. So clear screen, purpose. Another time in your life where you felt purpose. Like I feel like, you know, adding the words such powerful direction and purpose, conviction and just clarity, vision, and just you wake up, you don't even have to get yourself up out of bed. You can remember a specific time?
Yeah.
Drop down into your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that purpose. The way you stood, the way you walked, the way you talked, the way you communicated, what you felt, what you saw, what you heard, what energy you gave, what energy you got back, and the feeling in your heart, the feeling in the center of your chest, the feeling of that little flicker, that little light in the center of your chest, that light which is you, your soul, your purpose, in that moment, expressing itself. Call it the inner child. Call it your subconscious mind. Call it your soul. Call it your light. Call it your inner being. That's right. Clear screen. Okay, we're going to do, was that 3 or 4? Was that the third one or fourth one?
Third.
See, she knows. Clear screen. Okay, 2 more. Can you remember another time? Maybe in another area of your life. It could be in a different area of your life, or it could be something that was the biggest moment of purpose. The biggest moment of purpose where it wasn't just a moment, it's where You exhibited your biggest moment of purpose. You actually shined in this biggest moment of purpose for you. Purpose that is your expression to whatever that is outside in the world for you. Remember a time like that?
Mhm.
Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and fully feel the feelings of that purpose. That's right. Fully feel the feelings of that purpose. That's right. From the top of your head down the tips of your toes, every single cell in your body. You're kind of like just easing into it. You're kind of just like flowing into it. It's almost like it's carrying you. It's almost like it's carrying you, caring for you and carrying you to the peak, to that moment, to that purpose. That's right. Good job. Great job. Clear screen. Okay, one more. One more. Well, this is big for you. You remember another time?
Sorry, it's harder for me to think of these.
No, you can use the same one as you used before. You don't even need to pick something different. If you have one that's very intense, just go with the same one.
Okay.
Can you remember that time?
Yes.
Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel that feelings of purpose. Where that purpose comes all power, energy, the love, the light. See what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel the feelings that you were feeling all the way from the center of your chest, expanding out to every single cell in your body, from the top of your head down the tips of your toes, every single cell, feeling that purpose. That purpose. Yes, standing tall, believing, conviction, belief, commitment, love, and faith, all out, because you know you're living your light. You know you're living your purpose. Good job. Okay, clear screen. So, what was the name of that restaurant?
Boathouse.
Boathouse. Okay, I'm gonna check out Boathouse. I'm curious.
I'm not gonna forget the name.
Certainly not now. We've had it about 10 times. I'm curious what happens when I touch the third knuckle, the one we just did. What happens when I put my finger there? What do you feel?
I feel very like light and just kind of like comfortable and powerful.
Yes. So purpose.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Good. That's a solid anchor. Good. Clear screen. We're almost done. All right. High five. High five. You tested it. That's good. Let's go with the last one. Motivation. Woo-hoo! So, with motivation, purpose gives you low motivation. Purpose leads to motivation. So my question to you is, re-cleared screen. Can you remember a time when you, what's the word for you? Completely motivated, or totally motivated, really motivated, or just motivated? Which one is the most intense for you? What word do you relate to most? Completely, totally, really motivated, or just the word motivated? Or a different word?
I would say completely.
Completely motivated.
I like
Yes. She likes completely. Yes. All right. So third finger or fourth finger, fourth knuckle. Fourth finger, fourth knuckle. Okay. So you may have to find yourself twist around a bit so that you can get it right. Because if you're here, if I'm here, I may try to reach this knuckle. My finger may be touching the other three knuckles. We don't want to touch any other knuckle. So I don't want to be like this. I want to be turned around where I can get squarely just on that knuckle. And I want you to see, like, imagine if I had these knuckles that aren't using. So I want you to just get on that last knuckle. Okay? Got it? Okay. So can you remember a time when you were completely freaking motivated? Remember a time when you were just completely freaking motivated? Could have been when you were 7 years old, could have been 10, could have been 20, could have been yesterday. Remember specific time?
Yes.
Drop down at your body, see what you saw, hear what you heard. Feel the feelings of being completely motivated. Yes, on the top of your head, completely just motivated, like just breaking through everything, making it happen, just going, just going, just going. Like riding that wave, riding another wave. Like, hey, I'm going to be out here for 4 hours. I'm riding another wave and another wave and another wave. I can't be stopped. I won't be stopped. I'm extremely, completely motivated. Yes. Okay, good job. Clear screen. Can you think of another time? Time when you would say you were at the peak of motivation in your whole life. The moment, the one moment where you would say you were the most motivated you've ever been, even if it was for 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Can you remember a time like that?
Yeah. Hold on, let me think of it.
No rush. That's why patience, don't rush them. Sometimes they need time to recall a memory.
I just want to be able to like attach it.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Can you remember that specific moment?
Yeah.
Good. Drop down at your body. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Fully feel the feelings of being completely motivated. What does that feel like? Describe that. See what you saw, hear what you heard, fully feel the feelings of completely motivated. Describe that.
It feels like eagerness, happiness, movement. Purpose is in there.
Purpose is in there too. All of it. Purpose is driving it.
Creation.
Creation, yes.
Excitement.
Excitement, yes. That's all that comes with that motivation. Yes, yes. Hope. Yeah, hope, and actually more than hope, maybe even certainty. Because you know that with that certainty, you know you're getting there. You know it's worth it. You know that it all comes to this achievement, this thing, this milestone. Yes. Okay, good job. Clear screen. Can you think of another time? When you were completely motivated, just on fire. Maybe the most you've ever been in your life.
Okay.
Specific moment? Drop down at your body. See what you saw. That's right. We're stacking it. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Fully feel the feelings of being completely motivated. Just, you know what? There is, can't stop, won't stop. There is no sleep. It's go, 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 go. You're just lit. You are completely excited and just lit up, on fire, inspired with total, complete motivation. Yes. Yes, yes. Movement, and you're going, you're achieving. It's more, more. Let's go, let's go. How much can I do? How far can I go? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Good job. Clear screen. Another one. Can you remember another time when you were completely, we're so close.
Okay.
Can you remember another time you were completely motivated? Completely motivated.
Yeah.
Do you remember a specific time? Drop down at your body, see what you saw. That's right. Hear what you heard. Fully feel the feelings of being completely, absolutely motivated. I am in the zone. I am in the zone. I can't wait. I'm getting there 30 minutes early. Forget, I'm getting there an hour early. I'm going to run circles around these people. I'm going to show them what it is to be committed, what it is to lead. I'm going to just get there early. I'm going to be last to leave because I am so motivated and I know exactly where I'm going. And I know I'm going to get me what I want out of this. I know I'm going to get me what I deserve out of this situation. Completely motivated. Good job. Clear screen. Let's go one more. Can you remember another time when you were completely motivated, or the peak of motivation you've ever felt in your life? And you could even pick a different area of your life if you choose.
Okay.
You gotta remember a specific time. All right. Look down at your body. That's right. See what you saw, hear what you heard. Always feel the feelings of being completely motivated, completely. No matter what, I will go under, I will go over, I will go round, I will go through, I will improvise, I will adapt, I will overcome. There will not be any stopping. No stopping. I'm motivated. You got me motivated. I am motivated, and we are going all the way. We are going all the way right now. Good job. Clear screen. Good job. Wow. Okay. So, what was the name of the restaurant? No. Well, what did you eat at the restaurant that was just okay? Like buffalo wings or?
No, their drinks actually are not very good.
Oh, they weren't very strong.
No, it's not that they weren't strong.
They just weren't well made.
I think that they mixed the liquor with like not great top shelf liquor. I don't know.
Oh, Richard Branson does know how to make profit.
I'm sure Richard Branson.
He knows how to make some profit. Yeah. Increase your revenue, cut expenses. That's how you know. Just kidding. Okay, cool. Shout out to Richard Branson. Hi, we love you. I definitely do want to meet you, brother. Okay, so I'm curious. I'm going to test it. What do you think is going to happen when I test the final knuckle? What happens when I place that anchor there?
I feel very like light, and I feel strong, and I feel confident.
Yes. So that's interesting because there is a slight difference in your voice tonality on this one and the last knuckle. They're both positive, but I don't know if you noticed on this one, when she spoke faster. On purpose, it was positive, but she spoke more grounded and more slower. On this one, she was same positive energy, but it was faster. There was more movement. There was more, a little more, I wouldn't say sense of urgency, but I would say a little more urgency in your voice tonality in the last one than the second last one. Okay, we have 4 solidly set anchors. High five, high five. My gosh, this is so powerful. Okay, so what do we do now? What we've done is we've anchored each one 5 times. We broke state between each memory, and we broke state between, well, yeah, by the way, let me break state again. What's a dessert that you like? I like tiramisu. I don't know. They have it right here.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Italian restaurant. It's one of the best tiramisus, by the way.
Oh really?
What's a dessert that you like?
Cheesecake.
She likes cheesecake. Okay, that's a break state. Anything to get her thinking of something else. So what we did is we anchored 5 memories on each knuckle. We broke state between each memory, and then we broke state between each knuckle, each chain of not chain, each stacked anchors. We tested them to make sure they were all solid and intense, and they are. And then we've done that for all 5. So now it's the chaining. We're almost there. We're like literally 2 minutes away.
Yay.
So we're now going to chain her.
Okay.
So by chaining them, what we're going to do is we're going to link 1 to 2. So we're going to link procrastination to frantic. We're going to link frantic to purpose, and we're going to link purpose to motivation. So what that's going to do neurologically is whenever you even think of procrastination, you're going to move through this chain in 2 to 5 seconds. So procrastination will even lead to, you won't even sense frantic because it's just going to go really quick. Procrastination, go to frantic, go to purpose and motivation. All you'll know is you'll be in motivation. You'll live in motivation. I'm high-fiving her with this hand because I don't want to, I'm doing anchoring on this hand, so I'm going to leave this hand to be. Okay, so I'm going to chain them in a moment, and then when I finish chaining them, I'm going to break state. And then when I'm done with that, I'm going to fire off the first one at the very end. And then I'm going to ask you to walk me through. I won't go into that now. I'm going to ask you to walk me through what happens. So what would typically happen is because we've chained them, you'll feel the procrastination at the beginning, and then you'll move into frantic, and then you'll move in from frantic into purpose, and then you'll move in from purpose into motivation. And then you'll have that full experience. But we're going to have you tell us what you feel, what you experience. Some people it's instant, it's very fast. Some people it takes a minute. So each person is unique and different. But first we must chain them, okay? So remember piano? I'm going to show you on my knuckle here. You're going to fire off the first one. You're going to wait till you get to the peak. How do you know you get to the peak? Because you use your sensory acuity to watch the body language, facial gestures, and all the different things. Once they hit the peak of the first state, you're going to apply the second anchor. You're going to fire off the second one, and you're going to make sure they're both down simultaneously for at least a second or two. You'll let go of the first one. You wait till the second one gets to the peak. When it gets to the peak, you'll fire off the third one. At least hold these two down for a second or two. Let go of the second one. You're going to ride the third one all the way up to the peak, right? And then when it gets to the peak, you're going to apply the fourth one. At least have these two down simultaneously for a second or two. Let go of the third one. And then the fourth one, you're going to ride that all the way up to the peak. When you get to the peak, you're going to let go of that. And then, boom, you've now applied the chain. And then you're going to break state. And then we're going to test, okay? So as I do this, some things will happen. If you remember the state of each one, we're now going to chain them. So I'm asking you, what do you think is going to happen when we fire the first one off and it hits the peak? Procrastination, not going to feel necessarily good. Then we link it to the second one. Then we're going to fire that off and go into frantic. That may not feel that great right away, right? And then we're going to fire off the third one. Then you'll get to purpose. And then when you get to that peak, then we'll fire off the fourth one, which is motivation. Motivation. It's been a long day. You find out the motivation at the end. So I'm curious what you think, what happened inside when we do the chain.
What I think will happen, I think that I'm gonna feel the feelings that I do with each individual state.
Yeah.
And hopefully, is it supposed to like just go into the other, or?
It's gonna ride. It's gonna do this. Going to ride top of each one. So you're going to feel the procrastination. You're going to ride right into the top of the frantic. You're going to ride up to the top of the, what's this one called? Purpose, and all the way into the motivation. So that's what we're about to do. So you're going to feel like you're riding a wave, surfing. You're on one wave. You're going to feel what you feel from that wave, and you're going to catch another wave, and you're like, oh, shoot. This one feels different. Whoa. You're going to catch that one and woohoo. And then you're going to ride onto another one like, whoa. You're going to ride into a fourth one. You're like, whoa. So you're literally going to ride 4 waves right now. And we're going to link them. And then by doing that, we're going to create the connections at an unconscious level where these 4 are now connected. And when the first one literally leads to the fourth one. So that once this is done, you're out there on your own. Something comes up saying, hey, we should procrastinate on this. And within seconds, you'll be like, no, I'm out the door. We're going, we're doing. And then when you're doing that, you're going to feel amazing because you're going to start seeing your results, your life, your career, your money, your relationships, your family, your father, your stuff, your health, fitness. You start seeing all this stuff and you're going to be like, I don't want to stop. Why stop? Like certain NBA players, you know, they go through their career and even boxing. You look at someone like the guy that beat Tyson. What's his name? Evander Holyfield. You see Sylvester Stallone. Same thing. You see some of these guys that were athletes, or stars, or whatever. They were champions, and they've been. Evander Holyfield hasn't been in the boxing ring in 10, 20 years, and he's ripped. You know, it's like, why stop? Just continue. Even if my career doesn't ask for it, I keep going. So, you know, and you're a young woman, you got your whole life ahead of you, but this is going to have a huge impact on your life. Okay, let's chain them. Okay, so you don't need to say anything. Like, you don't need to tell me what you're feeling as we chain them. I'll just chain them. At the end, I'll ask you when I test and everything. But allow yourself, again, just to be whatever you feel. I'm not here. Kai doesn't matter. None of this matters. You are in your own experience, and allow yourself to feel whatever you feel. Okay? And we will use our sensory acuity to see what happens. You may start to see some asymmetry. You may start to see, like, it becomes this thing, because this is not her until we chain it. This is not her normal strategy. So with a not normal strategy that we're now installing, you may see some asymmetrical, skin color, skin tonus, breathing may happen. The high, medium, low, lower lip, or the eyes. You may see some things. You may have your eyes open. You may have your eyes closed. Whatever you choose. Okay. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious. And what I'm doing is I'm making sure that when I anchor, and I'm going to use the 4 fingers, same way I anchored them, I'm going to use the 4 fingers to do the process, right? I want to make sure, again, I'm here, I'm focused on here, so I'm not applying the next one until they peaked on the first one. So you don't apply the second state until she's peaked on the first state. Then you let go of the second state, okay? I wonder if I could move this closer. I don't think it needs to be. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good. You guys can see good, yes? Okay, at some point my arm's going to need to come around so I can get a good angle. So if my fingers are concealing her knuckles at any point, you get the picture. The first finger, first knuckle, second finger, second knuckle, third finger, third knuckle, fourth finger, fourth knuckle, okay? And we can go like that. Okay, perfect. I'm going to twist around so I can get around, right? Okay, here we go. See the breathing behind the chest. How her posture got very tall, very, stretched out, very erect. She started, yep. And how the breathing's more here, and how she's more engaged in here, and this slight energy of empowerment and abundance, and yeah, you can see just your essence come out. Okay, so remember, I just changed them, and now break state. You must break state now. As soon as you change them, write this down. Break state, break state, break state. What did you eat for dinner last night? I want to make sure we break state. Her brain has to go search for something else, which really closes this off. And you want to close this transformation off. What did you eat for breakfast? I mean, dinner last night.
I don't remember.
Okay. So cheesecake. What type of cheesecake do you like?
Regular or with strawberries?
Strawberries. Yummy, yummy. My favorite is ice cream cake.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I just like ice cream cake.
Doesn't just always melt?
But yeah, I want it slightly melty, not very much. Just ice cream cake. I like pistachio. I like butter pecan and pecan praline. I don't know why.
Very sweet.
Very sweet. Yes, I'm definitely a sweet tooth. Okay, did we break state?
Yeah.
We did. We completely changed the subject. If you don't break state now, and if you were to now test and you never broke state, what would happen is she would become motivated to procrastinate. You don't want that. We broke state. We completely broke state. What's your favorite game that you like to play on in any level?
I like soccer.
Do you like to play a little bit of soccer? Yeah, I'm a striker. I play soccer. I was right center.
Oh, I didn't play. I mean, I played as an adult.
She likes watching those cute soccer players. Or
No,
do you like lady girl
no,
soccer?
I played an adult, whatever, but I played in an adult league that was just so I didn't learn the rules. I just played.
I could see her running, catching up to someone, and they're like hogging a ball. And she was like a little nudge. Were you nudging them over?
Yeah, I'm a little.
She's a high D. She's knocking players over. Come on now. I'm just kidding. Okay, so we completely broke state. So now we're going to fire it off. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to test this. Now, this was by itself only procrastination. And how do we know that? Even when I did the chain, and I know you noticed because it was very obvious, when I fired off the first anchor before I went to the second, third, and fourth, you were about to cry. You completely went into procrastination.
I tried.
She was there. No, but you did. You were there, right? So you tried not to cry?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was trying to do the chain thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I noticed you got very emotional and you seemed like you were about to cry on the first one.
Yeah. I have strong attachments to that.
So now that we've chained him, right, what we're expecting is, you know what, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to ask you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fire off the first one. And because the chain is there, something's going to happen. And it's going to be a progression of some kind. I just want you to verbalize. This is the time when you can verbalize what's happening. Okay. For some people, it happens very quick, 2 seconds, or like boom. Some people, it takes a minute. Totally, everybody's different. But I just want you to verbalize what's happening. What are you feeling? What state you're in? Then maybe what's happening next, what feeling, what state you're in. And I'm not touching any of the anchors. I'm just firing off the first one where the chain starts, okay? Okay, here we go. What are you feeling?
A pulling in the middle of my chest.
Feel a pull in the middle of your chest.
Okay. Like it feels like doom, but then it's kind of already like getting antsy.
Okay, doom, and now it's leading to antsy. Okay. Keep going with that. What's happening? What's happening next?
With the antsy? Well, you stop touching it.
I don't. Yeah, I just fired off. I don't need to do anything else. I just fired off. So tell me what's happening inside. So you're feeling.
It feels kind of like it's already like a ball. Like you pushed it, and it's like. Yeah. Like it just already was like, you know.
Are you noticing something very subtle? Did you notice that right now she stood a little taller, and now she's talking about the ball, and her voice, what you're saying is moving faster. Like she doesn't even need to tell you, but there's things that your body language is already communicating. So what are you feeling now?
Good.
So tell me about what feels. Tell me, what are you feeling? What's the state you're feeling?
Confident, just secure, comfortable,
Okay.
just capable.
Capable. Yes. Is that movement? Does this feel like movement?
Yeah.
What do you feel like you want to do right now?
Like go down and get that tiramisu.
She wants to go down and get that tiramisu. You can be motivated to have some tiramisu. Well, that's a celebration. We can do that. But in the context, by the way, I'm going to ask you a question. What state are you in right now?
I think I just, I'm like a combination between purpose and motivation.
Perfect. So you're actually still in the process. So you feel that you're transitioning between purpose and motivation. So let's give it another 30 seconds. I'm curious.
I like we have things to do, so I'm like already like I already am running the list in my head of all the things I have to do before we leave later tonight, and I'm already doing my checklist.
So what state are you in right now?
I guess motivation.
Motivation. So do you feel like you've now moved beyond purpose and now you're into the action part of motivation?
Yeah, but I think that purpose is part of it.
Purpose is definitely part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purpose is fueling the motivation.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations. Yay.
Awesome.
So question for you. What happened to that old problem? How do you feel about that old problem?
Procrastinating.
How do you feel about that old problem?
I feel good. I feel good about
Explain.
it. So the whole thing with procrastination is I always had this like feeling, but now it's like you started with it and I felt it, but it already started rolling into something else. So
I'm curious, what happened to procrastination?
we turned it into something else.
You turned it into something else. So if you turned it to something else, then what happened to it in its original form?
Went away.
It went away. How do you know? Why do you believe the procrastination is gone right now, isn't it?
I feel great. I don't know how I don't have any of the emotions that procrastination has.
So if you don't have any of the emotions that procrastination has, what emotions do you have instead right now?
I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm like eager.
Are you feeling like antsy, just even like, not antsy, but do you feel like, why am I even still sitting here?
Yeah.
Like, get going.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you one last question and we wrap it up. Can you think of an event in the future, a time, a moment in the future, it could be today, tonight, tomorrow, next week, where something could happen where if it was the old you, you might have done the old pattern of procrastinating, and what shows up different? What shows up instead about Bianca in this future event, tonight, tomorrow, next week, whatever, that's different than the way you used to handle it up until an hour, 2 hours ago? What shows up instead? Give me a specific example.
I'm thinking of the contract with a lawyer that I haven't reviewed and I haven't gone over because it's a little lengthy and it's got like.
I hate contracts, long contracts.
Especially in Spanish.
Especially in Spanish.
And legal terminology. Yeah, so I'm thinking of that and just like taking care of that already, like getting it off my plate. Already like giving her the retainer and like
Just
moving
go.
on.
Okay, so you're saying prior to this today, the old you, as of 2 hours ago, might have still procrastinated on it?
Oh yeah, yes, because I have somewhere to go tonight, of course, right?
Oh, so what you're saying is, what's different about you? You're just gonna
do it.
You're just gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me another example. What else is gonna change as a result of this change you've made right now? What else are you gonna do different moving forward that the old you, even as of 2 hours ago, was still procrastinating on?
I think like sitting in the emotion long, like, and letting it consume me. Like I don't feel that in me anymore.
You used to procrastinate and let the emotions consume you.
Yes.
You don't feel that way anymore. What will you do different? How will you be instead?
I mean, I'm gonna feel like this.
And the feeling is one thing. What about the doing? What about the action?
Yes. Yeah. Well, the whole thing is that it was the emotion that kept me from the action.
Right. So now that the
So now
emotion's
it's
gone, what
emotion.
what would the action be?
It would be, the action would be quicker. I don't know, like in the moment.
Perfect. So what's another area that, how can we, Breakthrough Mastery, how can we support you? Like, I'd like to assign you a task. Before I tell you what the task is, you would agree to doing the task, even though you don't even know what it is. You guys already know how we assign tasking. You get to do the task without question, even before you know what the task is. Are you ready?
Yes.
She agreed to a task. She didn't even know what it is. I could have said, go to Dubai and jump off the biggest building and skyscraper, but no, but actually, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to flip the script here. I'm going to ask you, what's the task that you should do, that you get to do, that you're blessed to do as a result of this change that you've made right now, haven't you? We'll go with one. What's the number one task that you get to do?
Stick to my schedule.
What's the schedule?
I wake up, meditate, say our gratefuls, and listen to an audiobook, and then work out and start my day.
Okay, stick to your schedule. Okay, what would be number two?
It has to be like, what am I looking for in this task?
It could be anything, yeah. Like, here's the thing. I could recommend certain things, but I'm sensing you're a high D. There's no one that knows better than what you get to do than you. You know better than what you get to do.
You want me to list all my tasks that I have to do?
Well, I mean, we don't need a whole list. But like the top three things, top three new, top three. Let's go with results. The top three results that you get to take motivated action on, that you probably were kind of, avoiding.
Right.
Whereas the old you would have avoided it, and the new you, the you that you are now, you're just knocking it out of the park with a home run.
A big one that I keep thinking is that at home I just have like all these clothes that I was like, I'm going to go through them and donate them and whatever. Haven't done it.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of that because that's like the number one thing that I've been
number two. Okay.
procrastinating on.
Okay. Three.
Career. I'm thinking of career. I think that for number three, I need to either.
You get to, the ALA words, right?
I get to.
You get to
I'm
where you're
blessed to.
You're blessed to, yes.
I'm blessed to figure out if I'm changing offices or if I am going a different route with it.
Specifically?
Right, because like where I am right now, I don't really have, it's not like a supportive office.
For real estate.
Right.
Okay.
For real estate.
I would recommend you
work on my vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one.
Work on your vision.
Vision. Okay, I'll do vision. Vision and then the career, because I have to do the vision first.
It's always good, Jenna, right, ALA, and we've gone through a program together. We weren't together in the program, but we've done it at two separate times, but in the same program. And she always, and not only that, Veronica's always talking about it. Pat Island talks about it, I believe, too. She says, ladies, if you're lucky, if you're blessed enough to find your man or have your man, or even if, you might be watching this and be single and not have your man, become completely independent. You don't have to, but Sean Arnold, actually one of our coaches, I don't know if you've met her, you might have met her, and you might have met her. Sean Arnold is amazing. She speaks with us. She's one of our trainers as well. And she says, ladies, stop waiting for your prince in shining armor. There's nothing wrong with that. He may come, you may find that, but she says, don't waste your time waiting for him. Get your own life in order, get your own stuff, get your own career in order, get your own independence, get your own money, get your own stuff. So you can co-create, you know, and this isn't for everybody. You know, this is one of these things, you guys, where you can accept or reject anything I say. But it's definitely a message that Veronica shares with a lot of women, right? And that is that if you choose, why I'm saying this, or whoever this is for, if you choose as a woman to really go after that career, not to say that you're going to spend the rest of your life doing it, maybe you're going to get married, have kids, settle down one time, but really go after that and create your own independence, because there's too many people, I think, that are relying on being taken care of. And I'm going to say for myself, not proud of it, but that was the first, probably between 20 and 33. I didn't achieve very much in my life, and through one way or method, I was probably being taken care of. Not proud of it, and I'm a man. So, you know, just the opportunity for you to get in there, make an impact for yourself, just so that you know you've done it, whatever that is. And I know you've had success, you've been part of a #1 office in real estate, you've helped a brand go #1, Century 21 brand in Pico Rivera. And also that you are a fantastic leader in the company that you've been working with up until now. And now maybe no longer being an employee, or I don't know, becoming an independent person in real estate, whatever. There's a lot of forces, there's a lot of comfort zone that you have to fight through to just do it, right?
Yeah.
And you're, you know, very close friends with Veronica's son Jimmy, and people like that who are just, you know, they're after it, right? And they get tired, I'm sure, too. And it's not easy for everybody. My thing would be, if you can take this process and just go after your dreams in the context of career, and then bring even more value. You don't have to, but bring even more value to the amazing relationship you have already, and create an even bigger vision together.
Yeah, that's our plan.
And that's it. So what does that look like, career-wise? Career-wise, what does that look like?
Career-wise, well, I have to figure out my why.
Yes.
Because one thing that I do have is I am proficient, and I'm proficient at a lot of things. And what's cool is that a lot of my friends have businesses, and they're like, hey, you're great at this, you do this. But the thing is also is like, I need to find something that's going to give me passion. And yes, I have everybody pulling this way and that way, including my partner, like, hey, why don't you do mortgage? Like, you know, but it's got to be something that.
Can I ask you a question? This is the end, by the way, of Chaining Anchors. It was very powerful, very successful. She brought up the why. I just have a curious question for you. Have you done the Path to Wealth test? Not the DISC test, the other one.
No.
That's what you need to do next. So you need to speak with Veronica. We need to get you that test. It is a test that will show you what your purpose is. Who are you in a context? Now, who are you? There's 8 different persons. All the billionaires in the world, they're all in one of these 8 different categories. It's basically a DISC test that shows you your purpose in life, how you're uniquely designed to be a certain person or certain type. There's the creator. There's, the Elon Musk's and Steve Jobs and Bill Gates type of people. There's the stars, which would be Oprah Winfrey, Ellen DeGeneres, even Tony Robbins is a star. There's the supporters. This is not Analyzer. This is not like Analyzer controller, analyzer, controller, promoter, analyzer, supporter. That's not that. This is different. So you have creators, you have stars, you have supporters, you have deal makers, you have traders, you have accumulators, you have lords, and you have mechanics. Mark Zuckerberg is a mechanic. The Rockefellers and people like that, and what's his name? Jeff Bezos is a mechanic as well. Yeah, the Rockefeller family are definitely lords, and in each one of these areas, it's represented by people that are more big picture thinkers, intuitive thinkers, which you might be, versus very specific detailed sensory people that are more boots on the ground people, or big picture thinkers. Veronica's a very big picture thinker. She wants the global thing. She doesn't like the minutiae and the detail. She can do it. She doesn't like it. And then on this side, you're either more about magnifying people, or on this side, you're more about multiplying systems. So based on whether you're a big picture intuitive thinker or more of a sensory based boots on the ground person, whether you're more a people person, multiplying people, or whether you're more a back office systems person, multiplying system. Oh, it's not multiplying people, magnifying people versus multiplying systems. So based on those, you will be one of those 8 archetypes. And I think that's critically important, because anytime I work with someone who says what you say, which happens 20% of the time, they don't know their purpose. They take that test, takes 20 minutes, they get a 50-page report, and it basically tells you exactly who you are. Tells you your strengths, takes your weaknesses, what you should be doing, what you do. It's really about flow. The whole purpose of it is flow. What's really your flow, where you're doing well, and what's really not your flow, what gets you out of your flow, that causes stress for you, and what your purpose is. So definitely do that. And maybe we'll come back after you do that on one of these other sessions, and we'll see what you learned, and then we can tie that to this, because what you've now done is you remove procrastination. So my question to you now is, now obviously you know these things that need to get done, but my question to you now is, you've removed procrastination, you're now motivated, now what are we going to do with it? What's the vision? For you to know, for you to answer that, we're blessed to know what is your purpose and what's your why. So let me ask you a question. Do you think you're more big picture, more big thinking, kind of broad, or do you feel you're more boots on the ground in the details?
In terms of where
in the context of when you work, I guess, in the context of career, I guess we can go in the context of career. Do you think you're more big picture?
bigger picture, yeah, working, yeah.
Now, okay, do you think you're more, I think I already know which one you are. I think I already got it. Do you think you're more about magnifying people, or do you feel you're more about multiplying systems?
It's funny that you say that you know which one I am, because I'm actually torn between those two. Because as a driver, I love systems, but I like magnifying people as well. So
which one more?
I like to magnify people more.
Okay. I actually think you might be a star. You may relate to creator because you have one that you're most, and then you have your secondary profile. Your primary profile, I feel, is a star because it's big picture, but it's more magnifying people. And then your secondary profile would be creator, which is at the top, and supporter. So do you feel that you like to connect with people and light people up, while at the same time you like creating stuff, while at the same time you do a support role?
Yeah.
So I think you're a star.
Sounds awesome.
So the star's purpose, if we get to it, is really to build a brand. The star's focus. The creator's focus is to create a business, create a product, right? Products. They create stuff. The STAR's primary focus is to create a brand and to focus on people and to shine the light on people. And there are certain strengths and weaknesses. So we're going to get back to that. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you guys.
She did amazing.
Guys.
By the way, the tasking, we want to make sure that, what were the 3 tasks?
I said to work on my vision, clean out those clothes I have not, and review that contract tonight.
So you'll review the contract by tonight and be done with it. By what time? I know we're overtime here, but by what time? Even if you need a little extra time.
I would say by 12 a.m. just because I don't know.
So you will text Veronica. You would text Veronica by 12 a.m. that you've completed the contract.
Yes. Yeah.
The close by when?
End of the week, next week.
Give me should we say the end
Sunday.
Next Sunday. So today is what date?
Today is Friday.
What date?
The 17th.
17th. So by the 25th, roughly.
Yes. I
by next Sunday.
Yes.
You would text Veronica pictures of your closet. Done.
Okay.
This is serious.
This is awesome.
Yeah. By the way, you have an opportunity to get certified. I don't know if you know that. By going through all this, you have an opportunity to get certified in NLP, certified in timeline therapy, certified in hypnosis. Choose, some people like that, some people don't. So you can become board certified coach. I know Veronica has not mentioned that to you, but just to let you know, because you're going through all the curriculum and all it is taking a test and completing some of the processes with someone else, and you can get certified. So if you do decide that, these 3 tasks are part of that certification.
Good.
And finally, so you'll text Veronica a picture by next Sunday of the closet done. And then the 3rd one is the vision. What's that?
I have to write down my vision.
You'll do the test. She can organize with you to get you the link. Do the test so you have crystal clear. This says who you really are. And then what would be the task?
I just haven't. I mean, I've written down certain things, but it's like I don't have like an exact why. So maybe writing that down, having that written.
So let's do this. By next Sunday, you have a clear why. Whether it's calling Veronica, whether it's calling me, whether it's getting a report, whether it's meditating on it. There's a process you can meditate to get clear on the why as well, which can help you with. So let's just say by next Sunday, same date as the closet, you have a clear why and you have a mission statement and a vision statement clearly executed.
Okay.
That's how you ask for tasking. All right, I think that's it. I'm gonna give you a hug. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You did amazing. Signing out. Oh, by the way, exercise. I want you to get the script. As you guys know, the script was written on all these sheets. So if you wrote the notes I wrote on these sheets, you have the script. If you have this, it's the same thing. Pretty much it's written here. Same thing's written here. This is just all in one page. You're going to follow the script and you're going to do the process with the other person. One of you will find out what are, their procrastination problem. You'll find out specifically, ask them permission, ask them if it's okay for them to get rid of their procrastination problem. You're going to find out what the 2 intermediary states are. Then you're going to follow this script, right? Same script here that I share with you. And you're going to install the anchors, 5 on each knuckle with the break states. You're going to chain them, and then you're going to break state at the end, and you're going to test. So it sometimes takes 20 minutes to find out the intermediary states when you have to go through all those criteria. So I'd say 20 minutes to go through the criteria, 30 minutes to do this. I think you could be done in 45 minutes, but give yourself an hour. So one of you will be the coach. You're going to be doing the process with a potential client or the client. I'm going to give you 1 hour to do the process with them. And then when you're complete, test that it worked, future pace them, test them, assign their tasking, they'll need tasking. And then they're going to do the process with you, that whole process, also an hour. So the total exercise is 2 hours. Okay? Review the anchoring, review the 5 keys to anchoring so you can remember. Remember your sensory acuity. Remember as you're doing this, you're doing that with your hand like that. You're focused on this. Remember, you've got to get into the state if you want them to get into the state, and you want to really test and make sure you have solid anchors. And then you're going to finish the process 1 hour this way. This one then becomes the coach. You become the client. 1 hour this way, total 2 hours exercise, and go in and share your results. Whether you're in a group meeting or whether you're on a Facebook group or however it is, share your results. And we look forward to hearing about your successes. Congratulations. Bianca and Kaya signing out. Congratulations. This will totally change your life. All right. As I know with my good friend, the mayor, he has lost the weight. He is kicking ass. He's now mayor for his 6th term. And he's doing amazing, amazing things. And he did set up that stereo unit. And he also introduced us to the city of Ontario. So we started doing a lot of leadership and also conflict resolution trainings for the city of Ontario. So his city is now thriving. Our thing is thriving. We're all thriving. We want you to thrive too. We'll see you on the next video. Congratulations.